city attorney. So just give us a couple more seconds, we'll get started. And waiting for Morgan to get the recorder on. Would you mind reading this tonight?
No, I would not mind.
Again, sorry for the delay. We're just need to get our recording device in place so we can record the meeting. So let's just let Morgan grab that other one if necessary, and we'll be ready to roll. Yeah, it's all about technology, isn't it?
So they got the sign up on Bicycles finally today.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, he just texted me a few minutes ago.
Oh, good deal.
I said, I don't think there's anything on it yet, but he said, man, I couldn't tell. Nice it looked laying down, but I'm really glad I put the site that I put up. So the north side next week? And he goes, yeah,
Good deal.
take them long enough.
Yeah, it's nice to see that come to closure. That's perfect. Yeah. If you don't mind, might want to mention that in our meeting today, okay?
Sorry, you can go.
Okay, we're almost there. Okay, so have we got Councilmember Joe on the line? Not yet, okay. We do have a quorum, so we're going to start, and hopefully we can go ahead and connect him into the meeting as we progress. Again, I want to welcome everybody out. This is the Roy City Council meeting for November 16th, 2021. It is now 5:34. I want to recognize the fact we have Councilmember Saxton, Councilmember Wilson, and Councilmember Jackson with us tonight. Councilmember Burrell, we're excusing, and I believe we're trying to hook up remotely with Councilmember Paul. Okay, so he's remote connected in, so be able to provide input to this conversation. We've asked Councilmember Wilson if she would go ahead and lead us in a moment of silence, as well as the Pledge of Allegiance. Diane?
If you'd please join us for a moment of silence as you ponder. Thank you. Thank you, and if you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Council, we have one consent item we have two consent items. The approval of the September 7th, 2021 Roy City Council meeting minutes and the November 2nd, 2021 Roy City Council special meeting minutes. Do we have any comments relative to those minutes? You're okay? Okay, do I have a motion then to approve the consent items?
I'll move to approve the meetings for September 7th and November 2nd special minutes. Thanks.
I'll
Thank you.
second it.
Okay, and second, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's approved. Thank you. Okay, this is our public comment period. If you have any comments you'd like to make on any topic, please step up to the mic. All we ask is that you give us your name and address. Anybody like to share anything with us tonight?
John Jacks.
Pull the mic down through, John?
That's a good idea.
There you go.
John Jacks, 2261 West, 4550 South.
Perfect.
I got to ask Brian Saxon, are you related to Brent?
I am,
You his brother? Or?
yes.
Well, that's good. I've known Brent for a long, long time. He was involved with the city a long time, too. Anyway, we just we've got our group here, most of them, that live in the Park Lane subdivision. And we have been to the Planning Commission meeting when they announced that they were considering closing down walkways. And of course, we've lived there 40 plus years. We built our house there. A lot of the neighbors are that way. We've got a real nice neighborhood. We love it. And we love Roy. And when we heard that they were considering taking the walkways out, we all showed up at the Planning Commission meeting. We gave our ideas to them, and they ended up voting 100% in favor of keeping the walkways. But they did tell us that it would require the city council approval to finalize the deal, that they couldn't tell us yes or no. So basically what we're here to do is determine if you made a decision on keeping the walkways and what our future is in that aspect. And we do have some concerns about the condition of the walkways as far as the asphalt and stuff. It's been 40 plus years and they've never done anything to it. And the schools use that constantly. The joggers use it, the dog walkers use it. People going to the park use it, people going to Roy High School, people going to the complex. We've got a lot of neighbors, mostly elderly like me, that go to the complex. So it's really convenient. And so basically that's why we're here. And so we'd like to hear your opinion of what's going to happen. Before anything else, I forgot to say, I appreciate you as public servants. I love Roy, and I've always found that the people that got the positions on the city council had a lot of the same ideas and the positive attitude that we've had. So we appreciate that.
Okay, John. Hey, thank you. Let me just share what I know, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Just to help you, because you asked the question, there are 3 properties on the agenda tonight. They are not the ones that you're talking about.
Okay.
The opinion we have now, at least as we're taking it, is that those other catwalks will not be touched. They'll remain in place as they are. We're going to have a public conversation here in a few minutes. I ask you to join us as we address the 3 properties that are being considered, but the majority of those will stay as is. The issue I have, and we'll talk with the city manager in a public meeting, is that how are we going to make sure that we maintain them?
Yeah.
Your voice talked 2 things. One is keeping the ones there by the Roy High School area that you're talking about.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. And then also making sure, what are we going to do to make sure we continue preserving them? Because I think we've missed that.
Like I told the
40
Planning
years.
Commission, it's been 40 years since they put them in, and there hasn't been anything to do. They're still usable, but now we got some tree roots that have, you're welcome to come over and look. The tree roots have come up and disturbed the asphalt. So it needs to be smoothed out at the very least. I was wondering, and my opinion is, and we've done this before years ago, got the school board, mainly the high school, involved with the city on any improvements that need to be made. And I know from talking to one of the athletic people, they're considering right now redoing that strip of asphalt that's a main path for all the kids going to and from the junior high. And if they're considering doing improvements on that, I'm just thinking maybe the city manager or somebody or your engineer might get in touch with the high school and see what they'd be willing to do. And as far as maintenance in the wintertime, to show you the condition it's in, I've got a neighbor, he says, I went out with my snow blower and went up there, and when I got off the cement, halfway up it's cement and then it's asphalt. As soon as I hit the asphalt, it just started tearing my snow blower up. So, and I'm thinking if the school realizes that that's important for the safety of the kids, that they would be really cooperative to help.
You're absolutely correct, John.
Yeah.
And I will tell you personally, I knew the catwalks were there, but I had no clue the Roy City owned a lot of them until it was brought to our attention. And so we've got some real insight. I think we have some answers to your questions, but just recognize the ones you're specifically talking about are not on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
And we're not going to make any motion to change the condition of those in terms of taking them away or what. All we're going to do, talk about on those, is what the city is going to do to help sustain those going forward.
Okay.
Because to your point, for 40 years, it appears the city may not have done a good job at sustaining them, so we want to fix that.
You know, we've kind of taken care of them when needs be, but when it starts to become structural,
Yeah,
we can't do that much.
you're right.
And I love the fact, everybody in the neighborhood, and you'd think, oh, man, do you live in that neighborhood where all those kids come walking? I love it.
Yeah.
I love the kids are happy, they're safe.
Yeah,
That's the main thing. We want to keep them safe. And that eliminates a lot of crossing roads and stuff for them.
exactly.
So,
You're right.
Anyway, I'll give you a break and
Thank you.
shut up.
No, I appreciate that. But the council will entertain the motion tonight on 3 of them. If you'd like to wait for that,
Well,
It's
if they're
coming.
not the ones concerning R3,
they're not.
maybe, now we've talked to Diane.
Mm-hmm.
She's maybe she could keep us informed when you're
You
going
bet.
to,
Yeah.
when you're going to consider ours. Because we've got some input we'd love to get.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, at this moment, we're not considering it, and my opinion would be is that I think this public has spoken. If nothing else, we read your notes. The public has made their comments. I think, I can't speak for the council, but I see at this point no interest to put anything else in front of the council for an up or down vote
Okay,
on the other ones.
okay.
Only the 3 properties we're going to talk about tonight.
Okay, well, that's fine. That'll, if we can know when to come out again, we'd be glad to come out and
I
help
think you
with
should.
any kind of
You bet.
input. And like I say, in the meantime, the school has been a good resource
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how willing, they love the athletics, the football field and everything. So if there's anything they can do to help, I bet you they'd be willing to.
I'm sure they would too. Thank you.
Okay, thank
you
you.
for your input.
We'll probably make an exit here.
Anybody else would like to share their thoughts on any topic, any conversation? Okay, hearing none, seeing none. Let's go ahead and we'll move into our action items. And by the way, John, thank you for your input. We appreciate that. We do have an Employee of the Month. And I believe, Chief, you're going to open this up and introduce.
I am actually going to open it up, Mayor. Thank you. I'm going to introduce Sergeant Tim Fulton, who actually nominated our Employee of the Month this month. And Sergeant Fulton will come up and talk about his nomination.
Perfect.
And we'll introduce the employee.
Hello. Do you want me to give my address?
Oh, why not? We enjoy listening to you.
Okay. So my address is 5418 South, 3150 West. I'm Tim Fulton. I work for the police department. The reason I'm here is to nominate Officer Jared Smith for City Employee of the Month. Officer Smith has been with the police department for 3 years. He's actually worked for the fire department as well for, I don't know, how long, Jared? Yeah, a long time. He's been here a while. So in that time, he's becoming a phenomenal officer. Officer Smith is always on time, ready to work every day. Officer Smith is always willing to take overtime shifts to cover for other officers. That alleviates the stress of having to beg other officers to take shifts. In the past 2 months, Officer Smith has taken 10 shifts at least for overtime, so that's including his regular shifts. This allowed several officers to take the time off that they requested to spend time with their loved ones. Officer Smith doesn't just take the overtime shifts and then come in and take it easy. He's always working hard, looking for proactive things to do to help the city of Roy. Officer Smith is also a certified blood technician, and he'll get called out in the middle of the night, and he can come and do blood draws for DUIs or other things that we need blood draws for. Officer Smith does these call-outs and then oftentimes has to go right into work in the morning with little to no sleep. Officer Smith never complains of fatigue or needing time off. Officer Smith is an amazing jack of all trades. He is always being asked by other officers how to build something. Officer Smith has been requested at times to build things for our police department and has saved the department an unknown amount of money, but it's easily over thousands of dollars. Due to these reasons and many others that I haven't mentioned, I'm nominating Officer Jay Smith for Employee of the Month.
Perfect.
To be clear, right, we call him KJ, son of Captain Smith, right, Kevin Jr. Anything that's fixed within the police department, you know has been fixed either by dad or by son. So anyway, we'd like to thank Officer Smith for his work and dedication. So we have a certificate from the city as well as a gift card.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Council, you'd like to make any comments?
I just would like to thank Officer Smith because he's helped just get me oriented in all sorts of things as I was being introduced to the council and everything. So thank you again. Thanks for all your efforts.
Yeah, perfect.
Kevin, when I said, was it you? You didn't say, no, it's my son. You said it's the other Smith.
Yeah.
But thank you for your service also, and to put in all that overtime and just to be under stress of everything that you do. We really appreciate all that you do for the city.
Yeah, great words, great words. Let me just make one comment. When nominations come, and we get them on occasion for lots of different reasons, there's something to be said about a nomination that comes from a fellow worker. It says volumes in terms of the impact the individual has in fact made on that organization as well as the individuals themselves. I've had lots of department heads, and I've had in my days division chiefs make nominations, and we're always excited about that. But I always paused when there had been nominations coming from people who were right there working with the individual, because they probably know best. So if nothing else, okay, take from this comment that I'm excited, okay, when in fact the people who works with you and works with you closely are willing to take the time and recognize your great contribution. So Officer Smith, congratulations. Well deserved. Thank you. Okay. We're going to talk about catwalks. And Steve, I think you're going to discuss that with us.
Morgan, can you bring it up? Well, first, can't remember his name, but he brought up kind of the other catwalks that
John.
are in front of you today. The reason why they're not in front of you is because of the voice that came out opposed to it. There were several for all of them that aren't in front of you today. And so staff felt, well, if they want them, why bring them forward for any type of discussion? So unless someone actually makes an application, I'm not going to bring them back. So it's kind of the reason why they're not being discussed tonight is we didn't feel there was a need to discuss to have them removed or have them kept. If we don't bring them in front of you, they're just going to be kept. So now the discussion of how to upkeep and stuff like that, I'll leave to you. But as for the others, we've got 3 of them. One's actually a portion of a street Again, vacation of a portion of 5200 South near 1900 West. A catwalk at approximately 5300 South and 2200 West. And then catwalk that it's at approximately 3939 South, but goes in between 2225 West and 2275 West. Most catwalks actually would go to a park or to a school. The one on 2225 just goes from street to street. So kind of a little presentation. So the 5200 South is just kind of over by the bridal shop. If you physically go there, you would not know that that sign and that landscaping is actually in a street. The reason why it came before you is the developer or the property owner who's looking to redevelop this property did a title search, and it came out, because this used to be part of the old state road leading to Riverdale before Riverdale Road came through. They've vacated, they've dedicated it to Roy City, but this one still had some unknowns on it that Roy City still had ownership to or access to. So, over the years, it's just been developed as part of parking, landscaping and stuff. So it really is just looking to vacate any of our desires to it over. I did have our engineer look at it and make sure we still had a 60-foot right-of-way, that we still had enough width for vehicular movement and stuff, and we do. Especially when you look at it this way, that road is very wide, and so just a small section of it needing to be vacated really makes sense. Because we don't have interest in it, and if it helps to redevelop land, getting rid of a 6 by 7 by 20 piece of ground won't hurt. The other one is over by Roy Junior High. There's two parts of this easement. The one you see in yellow is owned by the city. Originally part of the subdivision plat, it was to be a dedicated road to lead onto future development. But the neighborhood behind it did a cul-de-sac. There was no need for the road anymore. So the city vacated all but 6 feet of it, gave it to the landowners to the north to keep this so it can go to the junior high. When the neighborhood that has the cul-de-sac, they did a private easement. So it is still owned by those individual homes. It has concrete fence, but it's actually private property. So that's not necessarily part of it that we're gonna look to vacate, but that would be stuff that we help eliminate the concrete, eliminate the fence because of it. So when you look at it, the picture on the far left, this is from the road looking in. The two property owners have already fenced it off, and there's some pictures I'll show you later of why. Because, well, if you look at the next one, it's overgrown. Those two property owners always have to go trim everything, have to clean it up. But when you turn the corner and start heading down south on the green portion, the school now that they just rebuilt has closed it off by putting up a fence. So the school's already closed it. So that's why the property owners put a piece of wood in front just so no one can, because they watched some kids walk down there like they were going to school, hit the portion of the fence the school closed off, and then have to walk back. So they did it for a couple reasons. They've also had a few homeless people sleeping back there, a few not our kids, they must have come from Ogden or something back there, tomfooling around in there. So the two property owners have really taken care of it through the years, and they would like to basically take it over. The school, within your packet, I believe I sent you a letter. It was part of the minutes from the school district wanting to vacate it as well. They kind of already have. And then just safe routes to school, this little alleyway is not part of that safe routes anyway. So it wasn't something that the school district was looking at to preserve. The other one on 2225 or 2275 West, depending, again, just runs in between two streets. It is an odd one when it comes to things, because it usually goes to a school or to a park or to get you out of a neighborhood. This just goes from neighborhood to neighborhood. There is a street, well, 6 houses to the south, 7 houses to the north, so they can still get around. This one, though, does have some big problems. One, when I went to look at it and take pictures, there was no physical evidence of any concrete or asphalt. It's 100% dirt. So it's gone that far beyond. Second, and you can't really see it, there is a grade change. So there's a grade change between 2225 and 2275. So even if we wanted to maintain this to become ADA compliant, there's almost no way other than doing some zigzags, and we'd have to buy some property and stuff. So this one makes sense on the aspect of one, it's really just a kids biking, jumping, or a sledding toboggan where you hit the 3 poles in the bottom, but it really is a safety hazard. It is beyond, any comprehension of a pathway. So we have already contacted all 4 property owners. All of them want to get rid of it, take it over and stuff. So Planning Commission recommended to vacate these 3, and staff would also make the same recommendation.
Okay, great rundown. Council, any comments, questions?
Well, on both, the one on 2275 and 2200, so then it's there, we don't have anything to do. They're going to take down the fences and the
No,
cement
I've spoken with Ross, and he said he would come and help remove if there was concrete, he'd help remove the concrete and then remove the fence. So it's down the middle, or I think on one side, one property doesn't want any of it, so the other property would get it all.
Okay.
But we'll negotiate or get with those property owners to move those things. So they're not just, I get land, but I also got, 20 grand worth of stuff to do.
Right.
So the city will help in all cases, the one by Roy Junior High and then this one.
Okay.
Okay. Just to make sure we understand, Matt, when we say we're going to convey this, this is free of charge. We're going to transfer ownership of the land to willing property owners.
Correct.
At no cost. Okay, just want to make sure the record that we understood that's the agreement. And I think you may have answered this, Steve. You said everybody's cooperating. My question is that if the neighbors do not want the property, how does that impact the conveying of that property?
Well, the great thing is the ones between 2225 and 2275, we've already contacted and spoken with those 4. 3 of them want it, 1 doesn't. So the one that doesn't, the one next to him will take it all. The other 2 will just split it down the middle.
Okay.
And then the one by Roy Junior High, the property owner to the north, will take it all.
Okay. So right now, it sounds like we have agreements from all property owners. They're willing to take over the property, assuming that Roy City will come in and help clear that property so it's something you can take over. Got that?
I'm just
Okay.
spending other departments' money, which is great.
Okay. Last question.
Okay.
And this, because we got to go in and actually make some approvals on each one of these properties, but I want to make sure we understand. As we've heard, Matt, and you and I have talked a little bit about this, as we've heard over and over as we've gone through this, Planning Commission, I think, has heard it. We surely witnessed some of that tonight. It really now talks about, now that we have ownership and we recognize Roy City has ownership, we really need to find a way to sustain this. We can't put this on the backs, or better word, on the snow blowers, of residents to assume responsibility for public property. Help me understand how both the Public Works as well as the Rec Department can take the remaining catwalks that we have out there, and how we thinking we might be able to get this so we can put a program together to make this work, so we'll sustain these.
Really, the only reason why we weren't maintaining it in the first place is some 40 years ago, when the land was donated over to the city, records weren't kept to know that the property was actually ours to maintain.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, the residents would take the responsibility to do the snow plow, but as Joe stated earlier, now that some structural problems are happening, that's why it came to our attention. there was a process that needed to happen in order to identify what catwalks throughout the city were actually ours, because when you look at the catwalks that the planning commission did take, there's more than that. Some are private, some are owned by the LDS church, and we shouldn't be maintaining that.
Right.
But now that we know which ones are ours, our Parks and Recreation Department, our Public Works Department can either snowplow that and take care of the structural challenges down there with the fencing and the concrete and the asphalt. So I'm confident that we have the abilities to do that. It was just identifying which ones we were responsible for.
Okay, so can we take an action then that the city will go ahead and, and split those out where it makes sense? I think the one down at Russell drops into Russell, maybe that's a park and recreation.
Yeah, so the way that we talked internally is if when it joined up against the Parks Department, they
Okay.
plow the parks.
Okay.
But there's some of them that aren't near a park that the
Right.
streets departments can handle those.
Perfect, okay. Is that okay, council? You feel comfortable with that approach?
I think that sounds good. I do have a question in regards to the work that will be done during the transfer. So the residents will have fences moved, cement moved, but how do we balance their expectations with what we're willing to do to make sure that it's, fair but not overboard on either side? I guess just negotiation, you do that, or Matt does that, or, so they don't feel bad and come back and say, hey, well, we were expecting bigger things and,
I think we need to start with that conversation with the homeowners and just develop the expectations there. But like you said, if we're making improvements like vinyl fences and things like that, we might have to have further negotiations through the body. But we have the abilities to take out the concrete. I think that's the main concern is there's retaining walls, and a lot of concrete that we have the ability to take out much easier than those homeowners. And that's kind of where we're at. And we can have that conversation and see if there's anything too overboard and negotiate it internally. And if we need to come back to the council for additional funding or something like that, we can do so.
okay, thank you.
Okay, great question. Any other comments? Joe, do you have any comments coming from wherever you're at? You have to put a mic by him, I think.
Will that mic go down?
Put it by a mic. Maybe put it by the mic.
Microphone.
Over.
I think what I heard was I got a motion to approve ordinance 21-14. Is that what you said, Joe?
All three.
Yeah, I got to do them one at a time. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't hear that, but I think that's what Morgan. So, Joe gave me a motion to approve the ordinance 21-14 to vacate property at the street at 52 South near 1900 West. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and this is gave us a second. Morgan, this is a roll call vote
Did you second that?
and seconded.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Perfect. Okay. Any other comments or questions about ordinance 21-15, which is the vacate the catwalk at approximately 5300 South, 2200 West? Hearing none, then do I have a motion then to approve ordinance 21-15?
So moved.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll
Diane?
second it.
Okay, Diane gave me a motion. Ann gave me a second. This is a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul, Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we have approval on that one. Thank you. Now I have ordinance 21-16, okay? This is to vacate the catwalk approximately 3939 South, 2225 West, and 2275 West. Any comments or questions relative to this catwalk? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion then to approve ordinance 21-16?
So moved.
Ann, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Diane gave me a second. This is a roll call vote. Morgan?
Councilmember Paul, Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. We have approval for that. Steve, thanks for the rundown. Perfect. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm ready to move forward. We okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll jump into ordinance 2021-19, repealing the Title 8, Chapters 2C. Who's going to have a conversation on that? Matt, please.
Mayor and council, I present to you ordinance number 21-19. What's going on here is the state of Utah has a cross-connection control program. The city did a sanitary survey with the Weber Morgan Health Department, and they made some recommendations to our ordinance to more comply with the state. What this does is give us the authority to inspect and the authority to require. So if we're talking about what the backflow is, it's to make it so the house water will not go back into the water systems. So if they hook their secondary water, you don't get any of that backflow. So this ordinance really just makes us comply more to the state code through that survey. So I would recommend that we make the title changes, or the changes to Title 8, Chapter 2C and Section 3.
Okay, council, comments on this? Do you understand exactly what is, what's he's talking about here when we're dealing with backflow of secondary water into our culinary water stream? Are we okay with all that? Okay, any comments or questions for Matt?
I was wondering, is there anything immediate that needs to be done in this regard? And how much would something like that cost if we do? And are we behind the 8 ball, or is this something more in the future going forward?
It actually really doesn't change any of the practices. It was basically them looking at their city ordinances versus what the state ordinances are, their suggested ordinance are. So the practice really isn't changing. We have been inspecting, and we are requiring when people do subdivisions to put these backflow prevention devices in the systems. So really the practice isn't changing anything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions, council? Okay, hearing none then, do I have a motion then to approve ordinance 21-19, repealing the Title 8, Chapter 2C, and reenacting a new and updated Title 8, Chapter 2C to the Roy City Code regarding cross-connection controls? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ann? Do I have a second?
Second.
Brian? Okay, this is a roll call vote. Morgan?
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, council. It's perfect. We have Resolution 21-21 approving a contract with USI. And I would think Travis is going to talk to us about it.
I got
Perfect.
this one, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor and members of council, thanks for the opportunity to be here tonight. On October 28th, we had a bid opening for the installation of the pole barn at the Parks and Recreation Building. We had one bidder, USI Cardell's Inc., for $29,280. All their paperwork's been approved, everything like that. So we recommend that you approve this contract.
Just for edification, Travis, where's this pole barn going to be located?
It's up. I mean, you can see the construction of it
Okay.
it's at our offices.
Behind the back of your office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's on the north side.
Okay, I need to get by there and take a peek. Okay. Council, any questions, comments relative to this project?
No.
Okay, hearing none, then do I have a motion to approve Resolution 21-21 approving the contract with USI at 4000 South Pole Barn Installation Project?
So moved.
Okay, Diane, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ann, thank you, second. This is roll call vote. Morgan?
Sorry, Joe just asked me a question. Councilmember Paul, he's on the call.
Did he drop? Okay, government needs to move on. So if we disconnect, we go to the three that's here.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
motion carries.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Okay, we have another contract, Resolution 21-22. This is approving a contract with Great Western Buildings for Public Works Metal Building. I think, Matt, you're going to talk this one.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. In the budget, we had budgeted for Public Works down by the Mowita building that used to be there, some steel buildings to cover up the equipment and snow plows. So this was a sealed bid. We received 3 bids. This is actually the lowest bid. And this is actually for the material of the buildings. Our Public Works Department will construct the buildings themselves, but this is just for the material. Like I said, Great Western was the low bid on it. But this is just to primarily protect the equipment that we own. So I recommend approval for Resolution 21-22.
Okay. Comments, council, on this particular contract?
No.
None? Brian? Everybody? Okay. Do I have a motion then to approve Resolution 21-22, approving the contract with Great Western Buildings?
So moved.
Ann, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Brian, thank you. This is a roll call vote. Morgan?
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
motion carries.
Perfect, thank you, council. This is resolution now 21-23, approving a contract with AAA Excavation for Layton Canal Culvert on Midland Drive. This one, I think we need to have a little more explanation of what's going to happen here so the record shows that. So go ahead and share that thoughts with us, Matt.
Yes, for sure. Thanks, Mayor. This was also a sealed bid just because of the amount. We put out to bid down on Midland Drive by Bridge Elementary School. There is a bridge without sidewalks, and it's because we were unable to expand the bridge without major renovations, but we wanted to do so for safety reasons for the school. We received 9 bids for this. AAA came in at the low bid. We do have experience with AAA. They actually did the same type of bridge on the same canal over on 6,000 South. They're wanting to do this mid-December, and the reason why the mayor says this is important is because in order to do this, they're going to have to close that road there for some time. They're unable to do this project during the summer when the school's out of session because of that water going through there is for culinary or secondary purposes. So they're going to propose to close that down once the culverts come in for the bridge. But the cost of the cost of the project is $357,000. So it should take a couple of months, and I know that we'll be getting calls for that road being closed.
It's gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, just let the record show, what he says closed down is that to put the culverts in that particular location, they have to shut down Midland Drive access.
How far?
Well, at that point, which means access probably into that subdivision to the south is going to have to come in off of 5500 for the most part, and or they'll go down 4800 and come back up from down below. But crossing Midland Drive, which means dropping off of 3500 and then dropping down to Midland, the only thing that's going to be there available to get through is the school. All the subdivisions to the south are literally going to be shut off while they're putting the culvert into the road. Okay? Any comments or questions on that one? I share that with you because I promise you we're going to have a lot of people going to be asking questions in council. They'll come to us or they're going to come to the city. We need to make sure we explain exactly what's going to happen and when it's going to happen, and so that they understand that. We need to share that information with them.
That's where all those parents line up every day to pick up their kids from
Yep.
that school.
Yep,
So they're probably gonna be lined up along 4800, so.
yep. And really, when you look at it from a broader context, council, It has always been an issue with us. We've been I can't say fighting this because it's not a fight, but getting the Bureau of Reclamation, I think it owns those culverts and owns that bridge, they have to approve this. And we've got two roads, 4800 and this particular road, Midland, that do not have safe walking for our children getting across that. To get across there, to come up there to walk to school, they literally have to walk into the street. And we've worried about this for a number of years. We're finally got a solution. We got the money in place, but it's going to be an inconvenient. So it's the right thing to do, but it's going to come at some risk and some cost. And unfortunately, some of the residents down there are going to not like this. But just be aware, it's still the right thing to do. Okay?
And as you said, Mayor, you've worked on this on and off for a long time, and there's no other way to do it, so.
No other way.
Yeah.
We'll get it right.
We want it to snow. Maybe we don't want it to snow too much so they can get it done in 2 months.
That's right. Okay, so, any other comments, questions relative to this contract? It's been a long time coming. We're excited to see it here, but there will come a couple of bumps on the way. Joe, you have any comments on this one?
One question I do have, has this been communicated to Bridge?
No, I don't believe so, but I can do so in the morning.
Probably be good to let them know.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
do it.
Okay, with that, council, I think you understand the issue, what we're attempting to try to do. Do I have a motion then to approve Resolution 21-23, approving a contract with AAA Excavation for Layton Canal Culvert on Midland Drive?
So moved.
Okay, Diane, thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ann, thank you for the second. This is a roll call vote. Morgan?
Councilmember Paul,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for the approval. Okay, council, one more action item we need to talk about. This is the approval of the 2021 general election canvass. Morgan, I think you're going to talk this one, please.
I'm just going to present the canvas for our general election that was held on November 2nd, 2021. We did not have a primary election this year. It was just a general election due to the amount of candidates we had. In person, we only had 20 residents go and vote in person. We had 5,254 ballots that were by mail or drop box that were retrieved. The ballots mailed, there were 17,874 mailed out. Ballots returned and counted, there were 5,254. The ballots not counted, there were 67. Due to the following reasons. 16 were not counted because they were returned past the deadline. 15 were not counted due to an unsigned ballot. 36 were not counted due to the signatures not matching voter record. We had one provisional ballot cast this year, which means our mayor had 100% voting, running unopposed with 4,620 votes. Sophie Paul was at 33.68% of the vote with 3,137 votes. Randy Scadden had 3,085. Kevin Homer had 1,894. And Ashley Curious had 1,197 for a total of 9,313 votes cast. We do have the audit summary if you guys want to review that. The city currently has 17,874 registered voters, and then we had about 29% voter turnout.
Wow, only 29%.
I'm going to pass out this general canvas election that just states we did this canvas in an open meeting. If you would each sign that and return it to me.
Okay, thank you, Morgan. Council, any questions, comments relative to the general election canvas?
I make a motion, we accept the canvas.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Joe. Do I have a second? Ann?
I'm sad only 9,000 people out of 17,000 registered voters voted.
Okay.
Only 5,000.
Only
It's only
5,000. Oh, I thought you said 9,000. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's the total votes. Okay, so now I have a motion to approve and I have a second. This is a roll call vote. Morgan, if you'll call that.
Councilmember Saxton,
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, let me just make a comment if I can before we get into the presentations. First thing is that congratulate to the individuals who won. Elections are not always easy. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of investment. But I do want to recommend personally and thank the people who basically decided to run. It's not always easy. Public office comes with a lot of challenges. It comes with a lot of work that has to go, and sometimes it just unappreciated. But to be honest with you, it says a lot about an individual who says, I'm willing to step up and I'm going to try to make a difference. And having the public actively engaged in terms of local government is absolutely critical. It allows us now to really make the things that are important, okay, to Roy happen. And we can become a listening post, okay, to the things that are important to the people. And so I guess what I want to say to you is thank you to those who chose to run. And thank you for the ones who chose to one and won. Because although the burden will come, there's a lot of work that has to be facing us. We got some big challenges. It's nice to know that someone stepped up and willing to do that. I'm going to make a personal comment here, and then I want to get off the stage. I do not know why someone chose not to run for mayor. I'm not going to even speculate. But my personal opinion is they should have. And maybe it made it easy for me because I don't have anybody running against me. I was more concerned, to be blunt, that we didn't give the residents a choice. Now, some chose not to vote, and that's a choice. But they have a right to choose in an election. I would encourage, okay, any position that's an elected position, think about it. Think about becoming part of it. Put your hat into the ring and try to help make a difference. At least give the residents a choice. It's going to be an exciting year coming, a lot of work ahead of us, and I encourage you to step up, okay, and do two things. Listen more than speak, because there'll be a lot of people out there who will want to listen, have you listen to what they have to say. And then read the material, listen to the questions, ask a lot of questions, and make an informed decision. That's all we can expect from our elected officials. And if we do it right, we'll definitely represent the interest of the majority of the people. Anyway, thank you again. It was a great election. We got through it. Now we get a chance to move on and look forward to some things. And I've said this before, for those who in fact are not going to join us on the council next year, you did some great things. Brian, Jan, we appreciate this, and we appreciate your contribution in making a difference. And we just hope the best for you. We'll have more to say as we get closer to the transition time, but thank you for your service. You did some great things. So with that, I'd just like to go ahead and move into the presentations. We do have a presentation dealing with cell phone tower on city property. So I believe we have someone who's going to speak to us about that tonight. There we go. I knew it'd be somebody out there. Please. Can you give us your name so we make sure we're talking?
Yeah, Troy Benson. I represent Verizon Wireless. And
Thanks, Troy, for joining us tonight. Please.
Yeah, no problem. So back in about 2018, 2019, Verizon was in communication with the city about putting a cell tower in at the Roy Aquatic Center. And where you can see marked in red on the screen is where we are looking at positioning the facility. And that red area is a 20 by 38 lease area, so 760 square feet. And they're looking at putting up a 100-foot tall communications tower. So that's just a view of the location at ground level. And then if you go down, we got pretty far in the project, and then it got put on hold for a few years, and we just barely started resuming. So we've had the lease area surveyed, and we prepared drawings for it a while ago. So these are the drawings we have. If you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page, we have an elevation to give you an idea of what the tower would look like. And then if you go to the next page And then if you continue on down, that's this, to give you an idea of what the ground equipment will look like. You got a few equipment cabinets, a backup diesel generator, and a canopy covering the cabinets. And if you scroll down, I have a picture of a similar tower that we would be looking at installing here.
Okay, council comments, questions. Let me just make sure this is not an approval at this moment. This is just simply a discussion item. So ask your questions. Let's get your ideas of what you're thinking about this proposal. Thank
I
you.
was wondering if you can just tell me what the size of the base would be? And I have four questions, but I'll start with that one.
The base of the tower, I don't have an exact dimension, but I think. No, they're not
I
that
was-
detailed.
Yeah, I was looking at it and couldn't find it, but, well, that's okay. You can maybe just
Yeah,
get
I
back
think it
with
would
us
be
on that.
about 2 feet in radius. Have a radius of about 2 feet. That'd be my best guess.
Okay. And I was just wondering how long a lease like this goes for, and then how it's canceled, either you or the city, and then who would pay for removal of the infrastructure if the lease is canceled.
So that all come down to lease agreement negotiations. So just whatever we're able to agree on between the city and Verizon. The average lease term is 25 years, and Verizon likes to start off with an initial term of 5 years with 4 5-year options to renew. And like I said, everything else you kind of asked there is up for negotiation.
So do you ask any of the property owners in that area? I mean, do you get their opinion on this tower and how?
So the tower is a conditional use, so you'd have to obtain an approval from the planning commission, I believe.
I guess one of the questions would be, you're talking about how the residents, their input in terms of this going up to that location. Obviously, the public meeting is what you're saying, Troy, would
Right.
be, is where the public would come in and make comment relative to the conditional use permit.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay? Brian, you had a question?
I do. How close is the base to those existing homes down there? Like, are we 20 feet? Are we 50 feet? Are we, do you know, Travis?
I can help. The ones that's the closest is obviously the one on the other side of 5200, and I'm not sure how wide that road is.
The road is a 60-foot right-of-way, and it'll have a 20-foot setback, so you're already 80 feet before you even get to the other person's property. So
But,
you're probably 105 feet from their home.
but you're going 100 up, right? Okay.
How many Verizon customers will this service?
I don't have an exact answer to that, but I don't know how densely populated this area is, but on average, cell towers like this will cover a radius of about a half a mile to a mile, and that's just kind of an average.
What about putting it on back of property versus front of property? I would hate to be the house across the street that had to stare at that thing all the time. Can you put it on back of property?
That's something we could look at with the city, but looking at this location, this was the best option considering access and utilities. But if there are any other locations that the city could consider at the Roy Aquatic Center, we could also look into those options. But in working with the city, this has so far been the best location we've been able to find at the Roy Aquatic Center.
Well, there's another component to this, Joe, and it goes to the zoning. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, you know this better than I do, but this tower is not zoned for residential. It's zoned for recreation, which this particular piece of property is zoned for. And it's probably, you can put them, well, we see one at the Public Works facility, and you can see them at commercial, community commercial zoning, but I don't think they're zoned to go inside of a residential zone area, if I remember reading the zone right.
I know, but when I talk back of property, I'm talking move it from the front of the curb to somewhere on the back of that same piece of property.
Back to the south of the aquatic center?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay.
back in there somewhere, so it's a little more hidden. I mean, being the people that face that thing,
What type of maintenance does it take? How often do you have to have access to this? Because that might make a difference too, you know, what your access needs to be and how often you make that top, I don't know what you call your blossom up there, you know, bigger and all that sort of stuff, but.
So the antennas might be modified every 2 or 3 years at most, I would guess. And once the initial construction of the site is complete, the site would only need to be visited a handful of times a year during the year.
Okay. Okay, other comments, questions, council?
Not at this point.
Okay, Troy, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
we
you.
appreciate the input.
You bet.
Thanks.
Okay. Let me get back to my. Council, we have another presentation, fire response protocols. Chief Golden?
I think it's coming up. Morgan, have you switched in it?
I did.
Thank you. Is that his computer? What's that? Are you on extended screen? It was working before. I checked it before the council. Come on here.
It's just doing what it was doing to me earlier, so I think we have.
Apologize.
That's okay.
Technology. It worked before.
Yeah,
We
it's
did test
technology.
all of this earlier, okay. Just get me out of here, sorry.
There it is. It is. Yep.
Okay, there you go.
So when you bring it up, it goes to another screen.
So I think all you have to do is go, you go to settings.
Yeah.
It's not where he showed me.
It's your screen, but we need to see if it's extended or if it's.
Where's duplicate?
Usually go
Windows P, because are you just trying to make it so it just is
Windows P, really?
yeah, just the PC screen, or what do you want to duplicate?
Duplicate it, just so
All right.
what you see here, shows up there. I think it was on extended.
Yeah, it was treated as a secondary monitor. That's what you're in right now. All right, so then you want to go F5 or slideshow. Now, from coincide. There you go, young man.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, gotta have a computer guru to figure that out. So, sorry about the technical difficulties, but thank
okay.
you for allowing me to do the presentation tonight. I'm gonna cover just a couple things real briefly, but the main focus of the presentation tonight is basically on the vehicles and what kind of the role that they serve when we respond and stuff. So a lot of questions have come up over the last year about, you know, why does a fire truck respond on EMS calls and other questions like that I've had. So these are kind of those topics. The Chief Quinn's presentation and what the city manager is doing with wages and with the wage study and stuff like that will be covered later. So I don't want to really get into details with that, but I can answer any questions that you may have on those type of topics. Wages, obviously, same issues that police are having, and we're having the same issues in the fire department. Our wages are what you've seen and what you get
in Roy, and that we'll address later, but that's coming with the wage study. Kind of the exception to that within the fire service is the paramedics that we have. Because of the contract we have with Weber County and the vacuum that's about to happen with Davis County pulling many of our medics away, we could keep them, but what's going to happen if we don't kind of correct, our course, we're going to lose those and potentially have some repercussions of the build or get that build back up and potentially lose that paramedic or ALS service within the city. And that's what I'm trying to avoid as well. So the BCs is another thing that I wanted to talk about. I'm specifically at mid-year want to add the 2 additional battalion chiefs, and that's through a process of unrecognized revenue at this point, money that we've basically been able to increase through the paramedic increase contract with our transfer increases that we have, USAR increases and other increases with just our overall revenue that we're able to get through our ambulance revenue that we get in general. We were already at 42-week mark, which is 10 weeks still left in the year. We were already at the same thing we were last year. So our revenue with ambulance services is already 10 weeks ahead of what we normally get, and that still has a little bit more to go on that side of the house. We were able to get about $110,000 increase to our paramedic contract, and we're sitting right about $70,000 increase on our revenue that we've got through the IASIS or our Davis transport contract. So that right there is kind of not included in our original budget, which actually will offset the 2 additional positions that we'll have at the bottom end, and will increase kind of our safety and our stuff, which I'll cover just a little bit in my talk as well that I'm covering. So next piece, why do basically fire engines respond to EMS calls? Why are they there? Basically, our firefighters have been in this state as a fire-based EMS, and we basically, everybody in the fire department is also trained to be a EMT bare minimum. In Roy, we're advanced EMTs. So we run an advanced EMS service for all of our transports, and then we have the capability with our paramedics to do even more. So basically, with that being said, about 80% of our calls are EMS, and so we basically staff our response to deal with the responses we have, but to be able to offset all the fires that we have, that we could or potentially have. So we're multi task, jack of all trades type of piece, where we all hazard response type of entity, but EMS and fire with those splits are our primary roles. Usually the next piece that we actually come across is 2 people on an ambulance is what you think you would have, but most of the calls we go on require more than two people. They require 4 to 6 and sometimes more, to include police officers that are usually there and responding to with us to help in any way that is needed as well. So a lot of times you'll come in as a fall, and the code will be alpha, which I'll describe in just a little bit. But it'll be a general fall, and all they're asking for is just to help up off the ground. But that person may be a lot larger than just 2 people can do to get that person up. So minimum of 4 in those type of things is what we'll show up with. And because we run a split crew, 2 people on a ladder truck, 2 people on an ambulance, they actually become a crew that functions as EMS or fire, depending on the call that's gone, and they may be on separate vehicles. And on a fire, the ambulance crew will actually hop on the engine or the ladder truck, depending on the call. So just a little bit of example there. A cardiac is one of the next pieces I'll describe. Cardiac, bare minimum, 6 people on a cardiac arrest. If you ever worked anything like that, it's actually like a pit crew is the concept that it's called, and I'll show you that as way it is. And it's actually a very systematic approach to basically doing that. And if you haven't seen some of the kudos we've actually got our ROSC, which is the return of spontaneous cardiac, and from somebody who has actually had a cardiac arrest and is now breathing and their hearts working on their own. So we've actually have the highest rate in the state of Utah for ROSC, and our medics and stuff like that do an outstanding job with the efforts that they give forward. We have a large overlapping of skills as well, and by that meaning that you go on an auto accident and you think, okay, well, you know, why does the fire truck, ambulance, police, why does everybody show up on this to include the rescue? But there's multiple things that need to be done to include hazardous materials that are coming from the vehicle, safety of the lanes, which what the police officer is doing, a large fire truck, you think, well, that fire truck, why is that parked and blocking all those lanes? Well, we've got 15 people working on multiple cars to include police officers, medics, ambulance crews, fire crews, working on these incidents, these car accidents on the highway. And that fire truck is the only thing that's actually protecting all those individuals from a vehicle that's actually coming 55 to 75 mile an hour down the freeway and not paying attention to what they're doing. So those type of things are actually done as well. The other pieces that we've done within the fire service, specifically here in Utah, was we had a number of changes, and in about the 70s and 80s, Utah became that fire EMS thing, and mostly it was because of the rural communities. You had some private ambulance companies that were starting up. If you look back at the old Ghostbusters, why did they convert that old ambulance? Well, that was a hearse before that, and so the hearse would actually go and pick up people from the accident, and they would take them to the hospital. Well, the only people in the hospital that were available were the maternity ward. That was the only people that was in the hospital after a certain number of hours. And that went on right until the late 70s and early 80s when I jumped into the EMS side of the house. So we didn't have the ambulances we have now. We had these basically, custom station wagon type of looking things that they have. What used to be, I call it a Ghostbuster looking thing, but that was kind of the early ages of our ambulances. And it's converted. Then in Weber County, the paramedics basically became, they become paramedics, and they sent a couple paramedics to California. And Evelyn Draper started the Weber State's paramedic program here, and she became the mother of all paramedics. And that paramedic program became off of what LA was doing or what was done in California. Hence why you see the rescues here, the Johnny Gage, Ray DeSoto, emergency type of setup. That still is in place today, and that's what Davis County is going to adopt as their model when they put their squads in place, is going to be the same exact model that Weber County does. And it's very effective to separate those paramedics in that use. But overall, what we do and why we do that is it's actually a team event. And many times just two people are not enough. And that's all we have on the ambulances. We can't usually put any more unless there's a student. The engines basically only have staff. Our minimum staffing is set to where basically an engine or ladder truck will have two, unless it's a fire and the people are coming from an ambulance. When in the station, if they're separate, they'll come separately. So that it's kind of a staffing and cross-staffing mean, but basically everybody covers down and works as a team to basically make things happen on either a fire ground or an EMS situation. Okay, this is kind of the best picture I can use as an example of minimum things that need to be done as I call a pit crew. We have multiple things that are going on when you come on somebody that's basically having a cardiac arrest or a chest pain issue or anything like that. You've got paramedics are usually in your number 2 or number 3 role, and many times they're in also the number 1 role as well. And basically, they are the ones who deal with the medication and or airway or the interventions that basically potentially would save their life. The EMTs or advanced EMTs in this case would be 4 and 5 and 6 as well. And the captain may be in that position of the boss in this particular model. But that's 6 people bare minimum. That doesn't include the police officers that are working with the family members. That doesn't mean that some of these people aren't actually making contact to try to get information on this patient prior to and helping to prep the ambulance and or gurney or other equipment to help move a patient when they actually are ready to be moved. This includes, these type of things are also included. We have basically our chest compression machine to basically use. Lucas is what we use. We code name it Luke. Luke is by far one of our best members of our CPR team, and they basically are very effective CPR and actually work all the way through the process where a person actually can't be that effective for the amount of time that's there. So this is kind of a model that just gives you something simple as a cardiac arrest, which we also go on these quite often in Roy City and then throughout other areas in the city. So with that being said, I wanted to kind of show you on the fire ground on the other side of the picture is we have, when we go on a fire, we actually have bare minimum type of setup, and we work a lot of these type of issues through automatic aid because our minimum staffing is 10. So we only have 6 people at Station 1 and 4 people at Station 32 on a daily basis. We have 12 people per shift, and that's basically our staffing. To account for leave, that gets us down to 10, and that allows that type of person. So these type of positions, just to do a residential fire, this isn't typically a business or a multi-story type of place. This is just a residential and 15 people, and that's why we enter into these automatic aid agreements to help augment the staffing that we would need. And the piece that I had mentioned about the battalion chief, the extra battalion chief, right now, if you show up, our captains they actually run the command. They'll run the command until basically myself or the deputy can show, or in this case, our battalion chief that we do have that works the administrative type shift right now. So until one of us can get there, they run command. We've had quite a retention and retainability issue as well. So we have a lot of new people. And a perfect example, we had soon-to-be council member Randy Skaden was actually at the thing when we actually had, while he was at the station, we had, I think, 4 medical calls, 2 structural fires in just a short period of time. And we had one of our crews that the person was less than a month on the job. Another person had been there a couple months, and they had an air pack issue, and there wasn't a captain with the crew. It was also inexperienced people. They were able to get out, but it could have been a very serious situation because the experience wasn't there to help basically ensure their safety on that particular fire. It raised some concerns on our side of the house. We ensured that we had another fire. They actually went to that. They literally were changing their gear out when the next fire came in and went on the next one. So that case, we had a chief officer and a captain with them on that call. So that's how important to have that role, that captain be available for not only a medical call, but a fire call to basically oversee those situations that through only experience, you can actually tell what needs to happen with either that patient we're either gonna stay a little bit longer and sort out what needs to be done, or we're gonna get that person in the ambulance and we're gonna go now. That comes with experience. It doesn't come with just education. It comes with a lot of that type of stuff. And that's the same thing with the captain. We pick experienced people to make sure our people are safe and guided and everybody is able to go home, which is our motto in the fire department. So this just gives you a layout of that. You have that in your flyer. You can discuss that a little bit more if you like. I already mentioned this, that, Station 31 and 32 are if we get a fire response, they all go, that's 10. Everything else comes through automatic aid. And the command role is the piece that we're missing here in Roy that basically comes, depending on how long I take. And I can get here pretty fast, but that's also a safety issue for me. I look at it and say, hey, I still like to keep within that if it's not that way, but the adrenaline does get even to me when there is a fire and you hear that there's some other people or something like that that actually needs to be there. So I know that the safety issues are there, which urges me on to get there a little bit faster to help our crews out and do that type of thing as well. I mentioned about EMS calls Alpha to Delta. Alpha call is a basic call. It'd be something as simple as a fall. And Mary, you'd asked about what type of things can we help, fix to where a ladder or an engine doesn't have to go on the medical calls. And they'll talk about this just briefly here. On an ambulance call, on Alpha, typically it's just an ambulance. Ambulance is all you really need, unless somebody says there is something that flags on a dispatch that says there is something more to it, and then they'll classify it as a Bravo, which will send usually an engine or a first response entity. The engines will come also if an ambulance is out of its area. So 32 maybe is transporting, or 31 is transporting, and the first in engine will actually go anywhere in the county is the way it's set up. So if basically there's not a 32 is out on a call, then basically we'll get 63 that'll come into our area, or Riverdale, or even Clinton that will come in as a first response entity to make sure that times are met and care is given to people that need the care as quickly as we can. So engines will be there, and then the first ambulance, whether it's coming from 31 or 32 or any other of our mutual aid or automatic aid partners, will come in and actually help that. That's just an Alpha and a Bravo. Engines are added for all the way up through Delta. One of the things that we can do, and this is, I talked on safety, but one of the things that we can do is an engine typically will cancel themselves if the call is just something that two individuals can happen. So if it's an Alpha, they've been paged, they'll say, we're gonna cancel or not go on this call, and then if the ambulance needs them, then they'll call. That's kind of a normal routine to help augment, keep us away from using the engines on these type of calls. The other thing is if the rescue goes, one of the things we added just recently was the senior medics, which actually usually are on the rescue as a senior medic. So those are the experienced people that can be there. So if there's a Charlie or a Delta, the rescue will be there. There's no need for the engine or ladder, unless, of course, we have an inexperience or a safety issue, then the captain would go and augment that piece if that's the case. And that's where we're at right now, is just making sure our crews are safe. We're also trying to limit them on going on responses that they don't need to go on. You don't need to take a large $1 million truck to a call that basically we don't need to be going on. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do, and then make it a little bit better on that side of the thing. So why do we use a ladder truck? Ladder trucks basically are set for heights and access for maybe distances away from a building or certain heights, as well as for access to those buildings. A ladder truck is actually a multi-use rescue, ventilation, mass water application. There's so many things that a ladder truck can do, along with any of them. It's just a big toolbox. Bigger the truck, sometimes the more tools you can fit into it. And ladder trucks are one of the most versatile tools as far as firefighting goes on the fire ground. Our ladder truck is a dual axle ladder. It wears out tires very fast. It's basically 2006. It's been in the shop nearly 100 days of this last year. The engine 31 has been over 100 days within this last year, and that's separately. A couple times they've been together, where they've been out of service, and we've had to reach out to Riverdale and or North Davis to borrow one of the reserves when they have it, so we still have an apparatus that we can still use and go on to. And those are part of the good agreements that we do have and relationships with our community, where we can still use those apparatus when we need them. But it's not common. It shouldn't be here, but our apparatus are getting to the end of their age, and the maintenance level is high. When you look at the miles they have on them, and you look at a diesel, they don't have that many miles on them. Neither one of them do. I think engine 31 was refurbished, and it sits at only 28,000 miles. But it's actually just so many things that go wrong with that, where you start it up and then go lights and sirens to a call. Eventually that takes its toll on everything, to include the pump. And the ladders, everything have to be inspected every year. Those type of things fail as it gets older. So 15 years is a normal mark that we try to shoot for as far as replacement plan, and that's that replacement plan that I do have in place to do that, actually, to set up 15 years for those, three to basically 4 years for an ambulance. We actually, our ambulances, if you want to hear the the numbers on the ambulance as far as the amount of miles we have on them. Ambulance 32, which is our newest ambulance, has had the engine replaced already. It was 2018. We got it in 2019. Has 72,730 miles on it. So it was due to be replaced this year, 2022. Ambulance 31 has 88,000 miles on it. 2016, it was due to be replaced last year. That's why we did both at the end of the fiscal year this year. Those ambulances are due to be delivered in July. So that's almost a whole year since we ordered them. That's how far out they are. Plus a few issues with the sales and the rep and stuff like that is some misinformation, but it's actually July is when we're expecting those to be delivered. Those are the overall lifespan of an ambulance here in Roy is about 6 years. We do have one that's going on 10 years, and that one will go out of service and maybe be sold. And that's 33, and that's our ALS transfer ambulance at 32. So a replacement plan is actually the solid thing. Rather than come to you every couple years, typically it's every 4 or 5, and ask for more money to be added to the fund. The fund was actually set up, the last time it was adjusted is 2003, and it was set for $185,500 back then. And now the price of an ambulance won't even cover the price of an ambulance for that cost right now. So there's a need to basically also increase that amount of money so that we don't come into this thing in a couple more years. I come back to you and ask you for more money if we don't set up something to where we can sustain something over a period of time and have a solid replacement plan. We've got command vehicles, both the deputy and the utility are well over 100,000 miles. You know, we've got to have a solid replacement plan, and that's what I basically have proposed, not only for this, since I've been in here, but a solid every budget year, which ones we're going to do, but to get that actually increased on that side of the house as well. So I believe that is the gist of my piece. Matt, did you have anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, the last we talked about the ladder truck at the city council meeting is we were hoping to do something with ARPA funding. We have found out that we cannot do that. So as Chief Golden was explaining, there still is a need for a ladder truck. It's 15 years old, and the primary reasons why we need it is the age and the amount of time that we're spending of it being out of service and fixing it with the repairs. This goes into this subject as well as another subject soon to come with the police department. But with the city finances, we have done our audit, and the annual financial reports will soon be presented. The last couple of months of sales tax for the city, some crazy things were going on with people making online purchases and things, the point of sale being Roy City. When you go on Amazon or go on Walmart.com, Roy City gets that money, and so we had a record year. And when we were looking at that, it's primarily because of those online sales. Because of that, at the end of the year, we budgeted to transfer over to Capital Projects Fund quite a bit of money, over $1 million. And so we do have the funds over in Capital Projects to just purchase one outright. And we're not saying that we're going to make the decision tonight, because we can have more discussion, but we'd like to make that decision soon with an upcoming budget transfer. But if anybody has any questions or thoughts on that, we can consider that in a future council meeting or this council meeting. But we do need to make a decision at some point in time. The apparatus, like Craig was saying, it's not reasonable to say it's out of service for 100 days. So we do need to move on it.
If you order one, how long will it take to get it?
So right now, they're about, the ones that are coming off the line that we're looking at, we're actually looking to, they make 107-foot long ladders now with single axles. The stability and the engineering for the ladders actually allows that. So the type of buildings that we have going in, these multi-use areas, the access area, we can actually do that with this single axle and get in there and still be able to get the reach that we need with the 107-foot ladder. So if there are some right now that are being done that are like spec standard, which is exactly what we need with the right engine level. There's like 7 of them coming out, but they are due to increase the price on those ladders. We could potentially do that within a couple months, or if we do a special build, which I would like to avoid, it could be up to 2 years. But if we do a spec build, it could be within 6 months.
And do fire engines take trade-ins like cars? So we can
So-
get some
so-
money out of our old one?
So yes, and the older they get, the less money obviously you get. And most time you end up basically just selling them to a small volunteer fire department. And basically, and you get considerably less because they'll dump a large amount of money in to try to get it built back up so they can make it last for a few years.
So you would be buying a smaller truck, but would be more appropriate for what you need it for? Because
That's
the one we have now is too big, obviously.
Well, it's
The double axles and.
yeah, and it's going to make it hard to get into some of the areas that we have within Roy, or that are potentially planned as well.
I think one of the other things, if I'm not mistaken, is the ladder is quite large that we have in the dual axle, like Chief Golden was saying, but the new ones, I mean, this ladder's 15 years old, so the new one's also better built. And the ladder's out of aluminum, so it's lighter. And so the ladder net isn't necessarily smaller or inadequate for what they need, but the engine is just a better engine.
Chief, what's the, your best guess, what's the price of a new ladder truck?
So the one that I'm talking about right now would be about 1.1. If we wait till after February, we can be up to about 1.5.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
They are pricey.
They are pricey, yes, sir.
I think I remember when I first come on as council, they were close to $500,000, $600,000. So we have seen a significant increase over the last few years.
And due to go up again because
go
of
up
the
again.
prices, yeah.
Okay.
And so the price would be locked in when it's ordered?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And then when do you pay for it? Do you pay for it at order or when it's received?
Depends on what you do. That's another piece that we would look at, depending on the money and stuff like that, about the options. There's a lot of different purchase options that you can use, but typically if you want to buy it outright, it's half upfront and half upon delivery.
Yeah.
You can last time it seems like we received discount for paying
cash.
upfront.
Hang on,
That's correct.
we did. Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, council, other questions, comments?
Thank you for that presentation. That's a lot of work.
Not as much as Chief Quinn's got, so he's.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Appreciate the input. Okay, council, some to consider. Obviously, this issue is going to come back to us more than likely in January or February, so we need to watch for it. Okay? Chief, I believe you're up. We're going to talk about recruitment and retention.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I appreciate the warm handoff from Chief Golden. What you have in front of you is a culmination of about 5 months' worth of research, discussions, meetings, most of them ad hoc with Mr. Andrews. I've spent a lot of time with my staff, Captain Hammond, Captain Smith are with me here tonight. I need to give them a special thanks, as well as to Carrie Ann, who is our records supervisor, as well as Jordan, who's my administrative assistant, with all the work that they've helped me put into this as far as research is concerned. I got to thank the department as a whole, especially the street level guys and gals that we have now, for their patience in waiting as I prepare this and present this to you. So where I'd like to start is when I presented last month, that presentation kind of talked about the history of public safety recruitment and retention. What I'm here to talk to you about tonight is the solution moving forward, specifically mid-budget year. And if you turn to pages 6 and 7 in the report, there's some pictures of some organizational charts. You'll see one from 2013, and you'll see one from 2021. And you'll notice in 2013, the span of control for the captain, which is on the right side of that chart, was the records supervisor and 2 sergeants. It was brought to my attention today that I had inadvertently left out the crossing guard supervisor, who single-handedly supervises, I believe it's 26 other crossing guards. But the span of control in 2013 for the captain was 2 sergeants a records supervisor, and evidence and animal control. Flash forward to 2021 through positions lost through attrition or through attempts at cost savings. You can see that the span of control is 1 sergeant, our records staff, 3 line personnel, a strike force officer, as well as our evidence officer. Now that creates a couple of issues. One is, again, the span of control is too large. Typically when we're talking about public administration standards, you want your span of control to be about 5 to 7 people. Secondly, you have a continuity problem in that you have some sworn staff that are reporting directly to a sergeant who then reports to a captain. And in other positions, you have line staff that are reporting directly to the captain and have no sergeant. So that creates some problems. I believe the fix to be easy. I believe it to be beneficial as far as cost. What I'm going to be proposing and what I have proposed is at the mid-budget year, we have an officer who is conducting all of our evidence control and our video editing and distribution in response to grandma requests and the court. We're paying that officer close to $32 an hour. We can have an evidence clerk do that same job for about $18, $19 an hour, I suspect, based on how the salary survey turns out. We used to have an evidence clerk. That position was disposed of several years ago. I believe the transition between Chief Elliott and Chief Marino, I can't speak to why that position was let go. The 2 captains may have some information regarding that. The admin sergeant that I'm going to be proposing would reduce that span of control back to what it originally was back in 2013. And that does a couple of things. One, it gives us a civilian employee that can look at evidence and address our evidence as our time spent on evidence continues to grow, specifically our digital evidence. We didn't used to have body cameras. And at the time we got rid of the evidence clerk, I believe we were just transitioning to body cameras, and we didn't understand maybe how much time that was going to cost as far as opportunity costs are concerned in evaluating, editing, and distributing that video evidence. So for instance, just some small math, if you have 4 officers on a scene, and they're on scene for about 1 hour, that is 4 hours of video that an evidence clerk has to go through. That is 4 hours of video that they will have to go in and try and blur out faces, blur out protected information, maybe redact certain scenes or certain portions of scenes that aren't to be released to the public, perhaps mute certain information that's being said during that video that should not be released to the public. And as time goes on, those hours spent on those videos are going to go up. In talking to our evidence clerk, we just did a survey in October, and he spent about 20 hours alone just in viewing and downloading videos. And that was for grandma requests, that was for discovery requests. And as the Supreme Court changes rules of evidence in the state of Utah outside the purview of the legislature, right, that's more demands that are going to be placed on our personnel when distributing video evidence. The previous evidence clerk used to also be our investigations clerk. She would conduct follow-up on cases. She would respond to requests from the county attorney's office for follow-up as far as getting information from victims. Captain Hammond can again speak to the things that she did. We don't actually envision that with our evidence clerk if we were to get this position back. This clerk would be tasked solely with managing our evidence storage downstairs, the destruction of evidence over time, as well as managing our digital evidence moving forward. The ask appears to be that it appears to be 2 people. The ask is really just one person, which is the evidence clerk. And then what we would do is we would take the officer that's doing our evidence right now, and that position would just be reclassified to that of the admin sergeant. And so the cost of that reclassification would merely be the cost of the promotion itself. So by hiring this evidence clerk, we have someone that can solely focus on evidence. We can reclassify a position, and we can reduce the span of control for our captains. And we can provide an opportunity for advancement as well as training for someone who potentially could be part of our administrative staff. And so they're not necessarily jumping into the role of captain without any administrative experience. So I will move on from that, and we will briefly discuss salary, and then I will open up to any questions. So if you go back to page 15, you're going to see a chart that I showed you originally. And it has actually been updated since I showed you originally, because at the time, Ogden was at around the $21 mark. They have recently moved up significantly, as you can see. This is the updated chart. So as we discuss this moving forward, I have a goal to be competitive with some surrounding agencies, particularly one or two. But I will turn it over to Mr. Andrews to discuss salaries.
Thanks, Chief Gwen. A logical question that I think can be asked is, why is this taking us so long? We've seen other agencies move. We've seen Ogden move twice. We have been committed to fix this and fix this correctly. When Chief Gwen first came into my office and talked about the issues and going through just right when he started this packet, that's when Ogden City made a move, and it was only 10%. And I say only 10% because back then it was crazy. Our minds were blown that it was 10% that we were looking at. Now, as we're moving forward, you see each agency doing something. You see Weber County giving every employee $2 an hour raise across the board. You see Ogden City giving a couple of $1 an hour raise time and time again. So we're going back to our original commitment to the city employees of saying, we're going to fix this with the salary survey. We're not going to be the top, but we definitely don't want to be the bottom, and I can say that we are the bottom. You can see this in this, just here with Chief Gwen's information. That's across the board. When we have other city employees from administration leaving for $6 an hour for not even a supervisory position that they're in here, we have a problem. But we're committed to do something and fix it right and look at the information. So why is it taking us so long? It's because we want to do it right, and the salary survey information goes into the system in October. And so currently we're doing that salary survey information. And then also we want to have a solution for you. So as I was talking with Chief Golden's presentation, sales tax has been very good to us with this last couple of months. And so we have $1 million coming in the city that we have not yet recognized. So we have the financial end. And so January is a great time to come up with this information and do a salary survey. But I need to tell you that this is not small. The preliminary numbers are coming in at like 25%. Now, I have employees come into my office when they put in their 2 weeks and cry saying they don't want to leave. But they have to when it's $6 an hour. So we need to make a commitment to our employees that we're going to fix this and fix it right. And so that time is what we're shooting for, is January. But I have to reiterate, this is not a small change. When you see these agencies moving so rapidly, 1, 2, 3 times, it's big. It's big for the police department, it's big for the fire department, it's big for administration. One thing that we did in this last budget session is that we did fix the Parks and Rec and the Public Works departments, and that has changed. They have slowed the bleeding. Now, I have to tell you that when you talk to other agencies, it's kind of a joke to say, if you want a good employee, go to Roy City because they train them, and they train them well, but they're so low paid that we'll just take them. And it's hard for department heads to swallow that. It's hard to hear from fellow city managers that they're just gonna steal our employees, especially when we're talking about potentially closing fire stations if we don't have the employees to staff it. So it's my commitment to do something, and I wanna do it right, and we're gonna do it in January, and we have to do it. I don't see a choice in it.
Okay.
Hey, Matt,
Yeah.
Mayor,
Please.
on the heels of that, I'm going to make a bold recommendation that I hope my fellow council members can get behind and support. Our police officers have been very patient. I've talked to almost every one of them. They want to stay. They love the city. They love the people. They love the admin. My recommendation is we make their pay retroactive back to July 1st, this budget year. We have extra money in it this year. I realize we have to figure out a way to sustain that, but that's on us. They've been patient and stayed with us. We owe it to them to give them the back pay for their perseverance and dedication to this city.
Well, I think in reference to that comment, it would probably not be a bad idea, Matt, when you present the details, and I think, Chief, that January seems to be the target, put all the issues on the table. You surely have got one council member's recommendation. Look at the numbers. You definitely need to look in terms of what we got to do to protect our people. I've always concerned and have been concerned that my fellow mayors and county commissioners would not hesitate taking first-class people, and they wouldn't blink an eye doing it. The issue is that we've got some great people, and I think in all fairness, we need to make sure we take care of them. So let's look at the numbers. Bring it all to us. The council needs to take this on, and we need to have an answer. My concern is if we don't have the right answer, then we can pretty well bet that our employees will go find somebody who will give them the right answer. And we can ill afford to do that. First priority of this city council and first priority of the staff is to take care of the residents. We have an obligation to do that, and I think it's our responsibility to make that happen. So, Matt, bring us the numbers. Let the council take a look at that. We have an opportunity to consider Councilmember Paul's recommendation. Let's see those numbers. Let's see what we got here, okay? Okay, council, other questions, comments, anything?
I
This is-
second Joe's motion. I think we gotta find the money to back pay to July also. I think they've been patient, and I've talked to several of them also, and I just think I don't wanna lose them. I see in the paper every day, all these other departments from other cities getting these pay raises, and I know one policeman that's in Salt Lake that's just waiting. He said, you just get me a raise and I'll be back in Roy in a minute. And I think we gotta do whatever we can to keep our policemen and our firemen, because I think they're all a great group of guys, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to keep them here.
Well, I appreciate your excellent effort in this presentation because I think the data is very helpful. And as we're talking about this in regards to the police and fire, I think we just need to make sure we recall all of our staff. And you've kind of alluded to that, but I think it needs to be something that we need to consider across the board in one way or another. But thank you for that data and an excellent presentation.
Okay, other questions, anybody? I have one for you, Chief, and I tried to set this in advance, so maybe you're already prepared with an answer. I'm seeing other agencies, particularly Salt Lake, they seem to be thinking about hiring social workers. In large part, at least my perception, large part is because when the police department rolls in on an issue, an event, certainly they're capable. A lot of time they expend a lot of hours and time working with that. But maybe it needs a different type of skill that maybe the police officer could be shifted to something else. Have you looked at all about maybe asking a harder question? Is there other resources that could be considered in terms of helping shift the burden of what the police officers oftentimes find themselves in?
So that is an excellent question, and we can certainly get lost in the weeds really quick. So what I will tell you is that I am actually working with Weber Human Services right now. I'm working with the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee in the state legislature, Representative Paul Ray. I'm working with Intermountain Healthcare, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to beef up the Access Center at McKay-Dee Hospital into what would be known as a no refusal center. And we're trying to get enough funding that would allow us to increase mobile crisis response teams in Weber County. We're trying to get triage cards or questions and get dispatchers trained on the triage of mental health calls. And we're trying to create a plan in Weber County, and I would appreciate it if we became the flagship of mental health response in the state of Utah. But what it boils down to is clearly there is some concern when law enforcement is showing up to a mental health call, right? There's were not necessarily trained for mental health, social work, therapy. Our job is to show up, secure a scene, and ensure that scene remains secure. And things happen quite quickly.
Right.
And so the goal of this program is going to be twofold. One, remove law enforcement from the call at the dispatch level whenever we possibly can. And if triaging the call does not allow for the removal of law enforcement when that call is dispatched, that when the MCOT teams show up, they are to get law enforcement away from the call as fast as possible. And so that is something that is being done. That's being done at the state level. I don't think that's something that police chiefs can do single-handedly at the local level, which is why there's so many shareholders and stakeholders involved. But that is one thing that we can do. Case in point, to answer the question, yes, there are other things we can do, but it boils down to what kinds of services do we or do we not want to provide. When we had the evidence clerk here beforehand, her job was to help out detectives when she had some free time, following up on evidentiary issues, following up on cases, collecting information from victims. When that position left, we no longer had someone doing that. And so it was on the onus of the individual investigator to do that follow-up on their own. Well, that takes considerably more time. They have a considerably higher caseload, and we can no longer dedicate one person to conducting that follow-up. So sure, there are lots of things we can do. It's just how much are we willing to pay for it and how much time are we willing to spend on it.
Well, I think you're great comments, and by the way, the reason for that is you made an interesting point. You simply says that if in fact I was to bring in an evidence clerk at a lower pay, then they could take some of the burden off of another officer that can go out and do the things that the officers do best. And I think that's the kind of wisdom thinking I think we have to look at, because the issues don't go away. The question is that who carries that? And you know better than anybody, the fact of the matter is that our police officers are best suited in very unique opportunities. That's where they do their best work. I just feel bad sometimes, to be honest with you, when they're caught up in things that either they're not familiar with, or more importantly, there may be a better professional kind of person out there that can handle that and take that burden off the police officer. You said it best. They go in, they stabilize the situation. But if they can get out of that situation and leave it in the hands of somebody else and let them carry that load, then why not are we doing that? And if you've got legislation that's being pushed to look at those kind of serious things, then say, bring it on, okay? Because I think we just need to do what we can for our officers. There's enough stress out there. We just don't need to keep adding more stress to the job.
I agree, Mayor, and if I may just follow up really quick. I am a firm believer that we have it so good in our society, whether it be Roy, Utah, the United States as a whole, right? The things that we are demanding or asking of law enforcement now are things that we wouldn't have even thought of asking our law enforcement, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I'm always one to put the onus back on the individual, right? Is this a problem that we really need to be solving? Because what types of liabilities or other problems are we opening ourselves up to, even if we're trying to do something good?
All right.
So that's my philosophy for what it's worth.
Okay. Thank you. I think you want to make a comment,
He couldn't wait to come up here and say.
Covered it really well. I just was going to add to it that Captain Smith and I just recently attended a meeting with MCOT, who runs and Weber Mental Health, and they're actually patterning the rest of the state off of what we've been doing in Weber County for the past 3-4 years now. And so initially in Salt Lake County, where they started out with each individual agency trying to do their thing, in Weber County, we took more of the Matt Andrews approach as to how to solve it in a little more holistic fashion and for a group of people and not an individual set. And they've actually been really happy with how ours has turned out versus some of the other areas. And that's what they're patterning some of the other counties in the state after. But we have been dual responding with mental health workers in Roy City for at least 3 to 4 years now. We were shortly behind some of the Salt Lake agencies, and now the model that we have working here is what they're looking at patterning and expanding off of in those others. And that was the meeting that Captain Smith and I went to. And so I don't think we'd fully vested him in the outcome of that. So that's just what I wanted to throw into the...
Yeah, great comments, okay. Obviously moving in the right direction. Okay, Council, any other questions, comments?
I was just going to mention, as we're doing some of the budget evaluation analysis, do you mind just pointing out what the cost savings will be when we are able to eliminate some of the overtime, because I know that that's actually a big expense. And how does that balance out when we're talking about either new positions or some of the other things that we're looking at? So maybe just kind of throw that in as an interesting comparison. Thank you.
Can I touch on that really quick? I got to be completely honest. We have a long-range plan, and this mid-budget fix, the only, I think, savings we're going to see as far as overtime is concerned is going to be in our ability to simply retain our employees. Over the long term, those overtime issues that we're confronting, that's going to be another fix that I'm going to be proposing for the next budget year. I don't know that our overtime savings that we're going to realize are going to be significant in the next 6 months, but my goal is to reduce them significantly over the next 18 months. And that's going to be, again, that's going to come out later. I just don't want to send any false hope that by, fixing the salary and hoping that we're going to be able to retain our employees, that we're going to solve the overtime problem, because that's a whole other issue. And while I intend to address it, this is not going to fix that issue wholly, at least from the outset.
Thank you.
So is the evidence clerk something you're looking to hire not till January, or is that something you would like to do sooner than, I mean, January's not that far away, but I didn't know if that's something we had to wait till January to.
The thing that would require us to do is a budget adjustment. And so the budget adjustment is where we're planning on doing the salaries, everything. It's not really good for the city to be doing budget adjustments every other month or something. It's a lot easier for us to do it all at once.
And do you have a full staff of policemen right now, or are we down?
So on paper, all of our funded positions are currently filled. We have one on admin leave. We have one that's out for medical. We have another one that's potentially going to be out for medical, and we have another one that's in their field training. So even though our funded positions are filled, we're down 4 people. That's a patrol crew.
Right. And so out of the people that you have hired, how many would you say are 5 years and less on the job?
Most of them.
Most of them. So they're mostly all new.
We've had 87% turnover since 2013. 87% turnover at the line level.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Chief. Great rundown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we just got a few things that we need to run through. Let's see if we can walk through some of these. These are discussion items. As you well know, Council, we have the Ogden Weber Tech College scholarship that was offered. Morgan has been working that one diligently from the conception. And at this moment, having, I believe, the last count, we had 15 applicants for this, we had 15 people ask for application, and only 1 returned the application. Is that a correct statement, Morgan? Okay. In light of the fact is that we're required then to award this scholarship as a council before December 1st. And at this moment, she's given a deadline, and we've got only 1 applicant who's applied. I'd strongly recommend, Council, that we support the applicant who has applied for this $1,000 scholarship, and then turn that information that we need over to the Ogden Weber Tech College to go ahead and make that award. And then we would like to invite the recipient to come here sometime in December and have a little certificate, Morgan, if we can, just awarding them this scholarship, if we can make that happen. So with that, Counselor, are you okay with us going ahead and making the award of that scholarship?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Everybody agreed? Okay, I think we got the majority. We'll proceed. Okay. Council, these other things that we're talking about, we're just trying to clean up some things that have taken place, conversations that have taken place in council meeting, just to get clarity, to make sure we can move forward. And so one of those took place in a meeting that we had with the city council addressing water conservation. As you may have remembered, back in June, we had the Roy Water Conservative District provide some presentations. On the 1st of June, the city council. This city council basically passed a resolution recognizing that we had some real challenges, and we encourage everybody, if they would, go ahead, take a active role in terms of helping reduce the water consumption in the city. The district, for an example, recommended that that the residents who are using secondary water not run water between the hours of 10 to 6 o'clock to help us retain that. As you well know, we also, on August 3rd, Roy City Council had a discussion on the Weber Basin Water Conservation Incentive Program. We talked about the flip your strip concept. It's an interesting concept. And by the way, the challenge to come out of that meeting is to invite the program director of that program to come and do a presentation at the city council. That individual's ready. John is ready to do so. I've asked John to go ahead and plan to do that, to bring a conversation to the council in January. Obviously, we're in between times right now because our water is shut off, but I think the council needs to ask some questions about what's going on, what's taking place with the program, and be ready to decide whether or not we're going to proceed with it. We do have some questions, but John is eager. He said he's ready to do that. In that presentation, there was also a discussion that talked about, see what the city could do to help facilitate then about what we can do to help in water conservation. Particularly, I think I mentioned in that discussion that we took one segment of the park, and we estimated that this 1,300-foot piece by 40-foot piece of M. Russell, we believe right now that we're consuming about 500,000 gallons of water annually to water that. And the conversation alluded to the fact is, could we do more? Is there things that we could plan on in the future to help reduce the water consumption that the city has? Because ultimately, there would be an issue, we think, that the city may have to put some more effort to help people to basically reduce water consumption and wastewater. I would like to tell you right now that all is well. I'd like to tell you that all that rain, 5th or 6th highest we've ever seen, I think, in Utah in October, all that rain has taken us out of a drought. I'd like to. But the fact of the matter is, we're not there yet, okay? And we can hope. But I'd like to share a couple of things with you. Although our water rain we received during the October-November time rains has been significant, today, in November, we should, on an average, have 7 inches of snow at the Salt Lake Airport. And we haven't, okay? In fact, the record for the longest day on record that we have where there's been the coldest, where we actually get below freezing, that the longest this day has been actually on the 17th of November of a month. Tomorrow, the state of Utah will more likely have a record, or at least tie a record, to have the longest time we've not have a freeze at the Salt Lake Airport. And even though my tomatoes died, somewhere in the middle of all that, they all died. So the bottom line I want to say is the drought is still here. And the experts, I showed you a chart, the experts are still saying between now until January 31st, they're expecting Utah to stay in a drought. It's not over. As much as we hope and we pray that we'll find solution, the fact is that we are not out of a drought, and it may take a long time to get there. What I'd like you to just finish the conversation and give us some direction. Would you entertain the city at least reaching out to look at a contractor to see if they can give us a plan if we wanted to look at exerscaping some portions of our green space in the city? This is space that Roy City owns. I think personally, if we're ever put in a position, council, where we're going to ask our residents to have to drive and not consume water, Roy City needs to lead the way. We have to do it for ourselves. I can't tell you how many people have called me, have sent me emails, and said, "Why are you running water in the middle of the day?" And I have to explain to them, we got new lawn down. Travis will tell you there's lots of reasons why we have to do that. But it's hard to tell that story. At the same time, I'm telling them, in behalf of the water district, you can't water between 10 and 6 o'clock, okay? So how do we basically, what can we do as a city to help lead the way in terms of water conservation? That's the question. What I'm asking you would be is, would you entertain the city looking at maybe hiring a landscape contractor to give us a plan? Not to do anything, just give us a plan to look at our areas and see if we can't exerscape some of the areas within Roy City and present that back through the city with their recommendations back to the council for consideration. Comments?
Hey,
So-
hey, Mayor.
Please.
Instead of paying city money out for a contractor to come up with a plan, what if we put it back on our Parks and Rec department to look at options, alternatives? They're very ingenuity driven. I've seen a lot of stuff come out of their group, and let them come up with something and propose and maybe get estimates on it and try to keep our money in-house for the time being.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable option.
I think that that sounds excellent. In fact, our staff knows our areas and our parks better than anybody else. They also can access services that are available at different nurseries, where a lot of the nurseries will provide advice that just kind of goes along with it. And maybe, if you don't mind, maybe Travis, I'll put you on the spot and see kind of what some of your ideas are, because I know you've been thinking about this. You've talked about it at other meetings, and maybe you can give us some of what your thoughts would be in this regard.
No, and first let me say, as a department, we couldn't agree more with you. We need to try to lead out front and identify locations and places. You know, in doing some of our research, obviously the more vegetation and plant you put in, the more water you use. Most xeriscapes are designed to be at a 50 to 75% water reduction. That's the idea behind them, is to be 50 to 75% water reduction. The more plants and vegetation you put in, obviously the more water you're going to use. The advice we've been given is keep it simple. Identify areas that should work for it. Anytime you do anything near park strips and things like that, you have to be conscious of heat. You have to be conscious of the amount of salt that gets put on them in the winter time. You have to be conscious of maintenance. You know, we are as we complete our building, the Parks and Rec building on 4800, we're gonna xeriscape that off at 2700, where we've purchased a lot of land, where we've gotten the land from Moita. We plan on doing it there as well.
Perfect.
As we move forward to any new project, it's something that's going to be very high on our list. But I think it's critical, and I agree with Councilman Paul and Councilman Wilson. I think our staff knows this area the best. I think we know nooks and crannies and where we could have success. And I think probably one of the best ones we've ever done is the one near Buffalo Brothers, the island at Buffalo Brothers.
I agree.
And that's one where we, to steal a line from Councilman Wilson, where we worked with a landscape, a greenhouse, and said, hey, here's our challenges with heat, here's our challenges with salt, here's our challenges with all that's involved. And they helped us put together a really good design, and that would be something as a department. I talked with the superintendent today, and he feels that this is something we can identify and try to come back with some ideas and some costs and give you a greater understanding of what's out there.
Perfect. Brian, what do you think about that?
Well, I think that's the way to go, is in-house.
Okay.
You know, and I think once residents see the importance of it, they'll get behind the effort and do little things to help out as well. But yeah, I mean, who of us can live without water?
Great. That's exactly right. I think it's one of the most important resources that we need to retain and hold. Ann, do you have some thoughts on that?
Well, I think Travis would be great because he knows the parts of the park that we don't really need grass anymore. Because you know where they play soccer and where they play softball, and there's parts, obviously, at each park that could, do without the grass and less watering. So I just think that you should leave it up to the Parks Department to come up with the plan.
Perfect. I like it.
And
Okay.
as you're doing that, there is a big cost to all of this, and so although we recognize it's very important, we need to conserve water. If you don't mind, maybe just draw that conclusion for us, like, the cost of the plants compared to, of xeriscaping compared to what you do before, the cost of the installation versus, because there is a whole bunch of different steps that need to go into that, and then maintenance. Maybe you can just let us know what the difference in cost of maintenance once you go to xeriscaping, because that is actually very intense. And that way, even though we know it's something we need to know, we know what the cost of it is, and we can appreciate it, and we can balance that with the other savings. So we can draw the conclusion, and people understand and can actually visualize and hear what that all means.
I think the governing body absolutely has to have all the information, what the cost of it's gonna be, what it looks like. I mean, I think you guys need to be a strong voice in stylistically what that would look like and be comfortable with it.
Agreed. Oh, I like it.
We can do.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Grass is easier to mow than picking leaves out of rocks. I know that.
Well, thank you, Council. I think that's perfect. Next topic was the resident survey. If you remember, Matt basically brought up the question, was in, let me go back, in February 16th of 2021, we actually hired Y2 Analytics to conduct a survey for us, gave us some information, but back on October 5th, the city council was asked, do we want to sponsor another survey? Is there something out there? I sensed from that meeting that there was some interest, but we didn't get a lot of topics that come through. Would you like the city to consider running another citywide survey?
I believe that could be very helpful, as I think we're going to be having some important topics come up. We have financial matters that are hitting us right in the face, and it's going to be difficult for some of our residents to understand those financial necessities, but ask them, what some of their preferences are. How do they prefer that we fund this, because we know they want the service, and which services do they want? Maybe they have certain services that they prefer over another, and so those are some of the topics that I think would be helpful is,
Okay.
As part of that, we can maybe, if we want to diversify, they think there are a couple of other diversification things we can do, but I think that's probably the most important or urgent topic.
Okay, great comment. Ann, Brian,
Used
thoughts
the
on that?
same company as last time that did the last survey. I thought they did a great job, and the way they,
Yeah, they touched 814 residents in their survey, and that's a pretty good sampling. I think when we worked with Weber State College, they told me at the time we had about 37,000 people in Roy. I think they needed right around 600 samples, so we got more than we needed in terms of sample to bring accuracy. And they were predicting, I think, a 90 to 95% accuracy based on that number. So, and the dispersion in terms of how they touched basically everywhere in Roy worked out really well in terms of make sure we capture the population. So, yes, so I think the game plan, it'll be a lesser price, but we surely can consider the Y2 analytic in terms of that survey. Brian, Joe, thoughts on that?
I think the mayor was looking at you, Joe.
It's a small picture, Joe.
I heard your name first, Brian.
It would, I don't know what the cost would be. That would be important. Getting it out to the public was, we were pretty thorough. I mean, we walked Main Street, and that was the area I was assigned, and knocked on doors I have never seen, and I've lived here for 30 plus. But if there's some good that can come of it, but just because we can get it for less money, I'm not one to say, oh yeah, give us another bargain, because it's only been, when was the last one done?
February of 16th. That's when they reported back to the city council.
Yeah.
It would
So-
probably end up being after then.
Well, remember, that particular one was very targeted. It looked at a very specific
was.
requirement.
Right.
But I think if I heard Councilman Wilson, she's basically saying is that, and again, it may very well be that we need to just simply capture what appears to be the right questions, the right information, and based on what we capture, we decide whether we go forward with the survey or not. And if at the end of the day, let's see what we can pull in, let's gather some stuff, and if you think that the questions that we need to basically ask the public are the right questions, then I say then the council can basically say press forward.
Right, because we don't want to repeat the same questions we had on
Yeah,
the
we don't want
last
to
survey.
repeat what we already know, and there's a whole nother set of issues that could be unfolding next year that maybe there's a whole different set of questions we'd like to ask. But I guess my comment to you would be is if you allow us to go ahead and we can continue, then we'll go ahead and gather input, and then when we're ready, we'll come back and says, these are the topics that the council and staff would have an interest in, and then from that point, we decide whether we want to go ahead and push the button and pull another survey. Otherwise, this was just making sure that we don't stop this, our issue, unless you tell us otherwise. We'll go ahead and get something ready for you.
Yeah, I think there are some pretty critical
hey,
issues
Mayor.
coming up that would be good
Good
to have your
question.
input.
Okay? Go ahead, Joe.
I decided I had an epiphany, or it was a brain hemorrhage, one or the other. We're concerned that we only get 5,000 people voting. Our last survey turned 800 people, so we're happier with 800 people than 5,000 people voting. Maybe there's a better way to conduct a survey, or a cheaper way to conduct a survey. We talked about doing something through the Roy Connection magazine. We talked about an email survey. Let's get creative and see what we can come up with that's not going to cost us 10 G-bone, that we could put towards, keeping employees and officers happy and on the streets. Let's see if we can come up with different ways, because if we're not happy with 5,000 votes and we only got 800 surveys for however much money we spent last time, I got to think there's a better way.
Maybe we do another
And maybe
town
not a
hall
better
meeting.
way. There's got to be a cheaper way for the amount of surveys that we got returned. I don't know that our money was spent as well. I know they say that's a good sample survey, but I'm not a statistics person. I'd like to see more people respond, and 800 didn't do it for me.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good point. We can surely Matt and I can surely look at other options by which we can collect. You got SurveyMonkey, which is a process. There may be some other things that we can do but the key is I'm sensing you're okay with the idea if we get the right topics to consider a survey, then we just have to agree in terms of how we execute that survey, whether we go back to Y2 or go somewhere else. You okay with that?
Yes, please.
Okay. We'll move ahead with that then. Thank you. We do have this one's a little bit unique, so let me just talk to this one a little bit. This one talks about establishing a new street light on 2350. Now, the reason why, if you read the document in the background paper I sent you, it basically says the residents of that area felt that there was a need, just because the way the street bends, and I believe this is in your neighborhood.
I'm at the end of that, where that yellow dot is. You're staring at my
Okay,
house.
you're looking at the dot that's on there. The issue here would be is there seems to be a lot of blackout area on that street, even though it meets the specification, in fact, the distance between the two existing lights is actually within the current city specifications. But it's that bend in it that's created the problem, so you have a number of houses in the shadows. Here's how it all unfolds. the Public Works Department basically says they agree that there is in fact a blackout area there, but they recognize that their current specifications indicate that it meets the standard. It's within that time or that spacing between streetlights. So in this case, 1,300 feet. So the issue then becomes it says they really can't recommend doing it, even though they said they can do it and do it quickly and make it happen, but they can't do it because it doesn't meet the current specifications. Only the city council then can simply waive that requirement. And so in this case, the people in there would have an interest that simply says, would the city council consider then establishing a light midway between that block and help offset the blackout that's occurring, particularly around that dog leg that goes into that curve. There's not a lot of these, but they do surface. And so they're simply asking, would the city council consider then allowing them, the Public Works, to go ahead and proceed to look at this and then make a decision to make it happen. Comments?
You know, safety is very important, but just out of interest's sake, I'd like to know just, what it cost for that as well. And then it sounds like all of the people but one of the homes are interested in it.
Right.
And so, I mean, I like the way you worded the recommendation that the effort would be conditional based on most of the residents' approval of the unit and location. So I feel good about that recommendation, but I would just be interested to know what that cost would be.
Okay.
Because I talked to the lady who presented this to you. I
Oh,
called
did
her
you?
last night because she's my
Good.
neighbor, and
Okay.
asked her. And then she told me the one gentleman who was all for it as long as it's not right in front of his house. She told you the specific place that she wanted it,
Yeah.
not where the pole is, but between the Thornley and the Myler house is the people that live there. And she'd gone door to door, and it is dark in that area, and they all just leave their garage lights on every single night because of the darkness there. And a lot of older residents live in that area, and they just really want the street light. And she's, told me that the one gentleman who said as long as it's not right there in front of my house where that pole is, then he wants the street light too. So.
Okay. Brian, Joe, thoughts on this?
Did he say my
I-
name first again?
It's
He did.
Alphabet.
I think it's because I'm sitting here, Joe. Well, I mean, if the street's dark, no one likes to live on a dark street. And I looked at your diagram, and I could see how it would be because of the contour of the road. So, but I think cost would have something to do with it,
Okay.
but I would support a street light.
And you said we had street lights. We have them in the city, right? That we.
That's a good question. If Ross was here, you can confirm that. But a lot of times they have a couple extra new ones sitting down there.
They're about
We
$2,500.
probably have at least one, and as long as you don't erect it in the middle of an intersection, people probably won't complain too much.
We won't go there, Joe.
Nope, won't go there.
But you're absolutely correct.
They're about $2,500. I was just texting them. So
$2,500?
$2,500.
Okay.
And the maintenance on that subsequently?
It's mainly due to power, but when with LED, they're a lot cheaper. So
Thank you.
I don't have an exact number on that though.
Now, this whole recommendation is predicated on the Public Works doing it. Okay, we've got a lot of great input. We appreciate the input from the public, but these guys are the professionals. They need to do the inquiry. They need to talk to people. If they come back and it seems like it's okay with them, the cost is reasonable, $2,500 to put a new one in, would the council then support the city to go ahead and move in this direction?
Yes.
You're okay with that? Okay. Joe, you okay with that?
Yes,
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I was waiting there, that pause caught me.
Not like this.
Okay, I didn't see the nod. Okay, Matt, you and I will work that with Ross and Brandon, okay? Okay, we're almost done with these issues. Just want to get your thoughts. Obviously, a couple of council members have been working with the Business Advisory Board. One of the things that we'd like to do is we'd like to have a more structured approach to the policy of it. I've given you a draft copy of the Business Advisory Board draft. We've already seen some changes that we were going to make because we're getting a lot of input. But would you entertain at least, this thing is not to approve tonight, this is to press forward with this. Would you go ahead and agree to allow us to go ahead and try to draft up a formalized Business Advisory Board policy? And then put the changes that are coming in to help us kind of fine tune this. And then, by the way, it has to go through Andy. Andy would have to give it the legal look to make sure everything is right before any city council would be required to put a vote to it. So are you okay with this, to press with that? And any comments or anything you think that we could help to make this policy a little better?
So I think moving forward would be good, but I did have a couple of comments or questions that I wanted to ask. And sorry, Andy, I didn't get a chance to talk to you sooner, but on the 2-3-1 purpose, it talks about the board shall advise the city council. And then it talks about advisor on 2-3-6. So I was just wondering, I got information that, if like the planning commission is talking about recommendations versus advising and stuff.
My preference would be recommendation. I mean,
Okay.
it's close. It's really
Sure.
pretty close to being the same thing.
Okay.
I like the terminology of recommendation.
Okay, I know I feel a little more comfortable with that. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
No, just in fairness, to you and Ann, there was some changes already proposed since in an earlier meeting. So I just wanted you guys to know that. The mayor's got those, I think.
Yeah, and the crux of that is simply make sure that the advisory board focuses only on business issues, stays out of the planning commission role. And there's some logic to that, okay? Because we don't want them to do planning commission stuff, but we do want them to basically look at how the things that are taking place affect business, and then have a conduit, okay, to business. So those changes, and before anything goes to Andy for legal, you'll see those recommendations, and we'll have a chance to put some more teeth into that or some more information into that before we take it to legal and give us the final read, okay?
I also was interested in possibly changing the 5-year term. I felt more comfortable with maybe a 2-year, possibly a 3-year term. I just feel that might be better to have a term like that. Now, if we choose to extend or re-up the term, that's different. But 5 years initially I felt was probably too long. It would be nice to have an opportunity for different eyes and different feedback if that works out, because a business advisory board, we want as many diverse experiences as possible so they could see things from different areas.
Yeah, it was recommended in a previous meeting we change that to 4, but you're indicating anywhere from 2 to 4 would be a better move.
Yeah, maybe 4 is even a little bit long for me, but 2
Okay.
or 3 for me, but yes.
Okay.
So was the last advisory board we had the first one we ever had?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you feel that they were very successful and accomplished a lot how long was that? How long did they exist?
Well, yeah, good question. The first advisory board was made in May 1st, 2018. That's when it was created. So we've had it in place for 3 years. And they made some great moves, did some interesting things. But one of the things that's important to any advisory board, much like the Planning Commission for that matter, there has to be clear guidance. They have to be able to say, this is our role, this is our responsibility, this is what the expectation is. We really didn't have that. It was kind of make it up as you go, and so they really created some things. We don't necessarily disagree what they created wasn't important. In fact, it was incredible, some of the things they were able to create. But it becomes really hard sometimes then to lose focus in terms of what's their purpose, how do they contribute? And think of it from this perspective. This advisory board reports directly to the council. You can't count on your hand how many times a advisory board member stood at that pulpit. One time in 3-4 years. They need to be here. They're advising the council. They don't advise anybody else, okay? And so what recommendations you may have for them to go work and what recommendations they have for you to consider needs to come to you. So there's an invitation here to simply says, be part of the council. I would like to put them on the agenda at least once a quarter to share with the council what they're doing and what they're thinking.
And so have you had people tell you they want to be on the advisory board? And I mean, how do you choose them? And you feel there's a need for an advisory board?
Well, we feel there's a need for it, but that's the other part of any kind of a board. The council really decides whether it stays. If anywhere in the process, I mean, different between planning commission. Planning commission basically is that's driven by law, okay? But Andy will tell you, today Roy City doesn't have a board of adjustments. Doesn't exist. The appeal authority is what the way the law reads. So we have changed that because the Board of Adjustments, and I'll be blunt with you, when I first come into City Council, I asked the question, who's on the Board of Adjustments? I don't think anybody knew at the time because I'm not so sure there was anybody assigned. But the policy said Board of Adjustments. And we've gone through now, Steve will tell you, we've gone through and changed the Title 10 and removed Board of Adjustments, which was stated in there that you will have a Board of Adjustments and move that to basically a review authority, okay? Yeah, and everything was changed. The laws were changed to allow that, so we were able to make that work. But would you be surprised if I told you that when I looked at the list when I got here as a council member and says these are the names, that some of those people didn't even know they were on the board? So it really was dysfunctional. And they never had any activity. So here's my point. The council approved those changes, and the council changed that, just like it can change the Business Advisory Board.
And so how do they apply and do we like interview them to make sure they're competent to be on an advisory board? I mean, I just
Yes.
don't know the whole process.
The process would be is we put an advertisement out. We've done this before. We'll post it in the publications on this website as well as the Roy Connect paper, and then we will invite them to submit a resume. From the resume, the mayor looks at that, usually with staff, and then we present the names to the city council for review and consent. Okay? On every applicant.
My daughter was on the last one
I
for
remember.
a short time, and she didn't have, I don't know, she didn't have a lot of great things to say about it. So I just want to know if it's done next time that it's not a people arguing, and I mean, it just has to be done right.
Yes, absolutely true. And the purpose of this policy is to give them clear guidance on what's the expectation, what their role and responsibility is, and how they can communicate. I'm not going to get into the details with you in terms of what the advisors have told me and what the board members have said, but it has been difficult to function. And yet, it has such great potential. We just never tapped into the full potential that the Business Advisory Board can do because they didn't have clear guidance on what they're supposed to do. Yeah. This policy is to help fix that.
Well, I look forward to seeing, those changes and having us look at that.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You okay with that? Now remember, most important, at any point in this process, if you find out that, hey, it's just not really providing, the city council can dissolve that. It states this in the policy, but it's important that we basically at least attempt to try to do things. We've got a lot of things coming, and I think the Business Advisory Board could be a great resource and asset to the city council as we steer through these changes.
Okay.
Okay, with that, thank you. Now we're over to city manager's report.
Yeah, I just have a couple of things to note. The city website's almost done. The platform's out there. We've been working. But I've talked about this a little bit in the past, that it just creates a new way that we can do new things for the website. So we're planning on going live before December 2nd. But from there on out, we're going to continue to work to improve the website with the new platform. So when we put it out there, I just don't want the expectations to say that it's final. So that's going to be coming soon. And also, please do not forget the tree lighting ceremony next Monday at 4:30. Santa and the schools will be there to sing, so you're all welcome out. That was
And
it.
is there food trucks too that night?
Yes,
And-
there's food trucks that's
Okay.
going to be there.
And who's flipping the switch? Who decides that? Or,
The mayor typically decides
Oh, okay.
somebody to do that.
But I usually have picked on a young child. It's always cool to see the young child do that. So we'll probably have Miss Roy group and the mayor find a young child who would like to just basically make this happen. It's so cool, okay? So if you have some recommendations, okay, point them out to me. Let's make this happen for them. I'm excited. It's a lot of fun.
I know of a kid.
You're a young man, Brian. Why don't you do it?
I know a kid that works our school, Kip Williams. He's a
And
40-year-old.
a 40-year-old?
He's down 40-something. He's Down syndrome and works our school
Oh,
part-time.
okay.
And he is quite the character and anything like that.
Well, I like the idea. Let's you and I talk about it,
Yeah,
okay?
I think he'd be in heaven.
Okay,
So
let's talk more. I like it.
Say the
Okay.
time again?
4:30.
4:30.
4:30. Okay, anything else, Matt? Council, anything you want to share with us?
Nope, I was just gonna say that, well, I don't know if you were gonna tell, I talked to the guy putting our Welcome to Roy City, big stones up. Finally, they got the one up by Sacco's. And, I think he still has to engrave it, and then he's gonna, next week, have the one down, by the Hanson Farm. Those have been in the process, for quite a while. And so we're finally getting those going, so.
Yeah, we're excited about
So
that.
people know in the inner Roy City.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple of things. We do have on the 17th of November, we do have the Roy High Play and Dinner event, the senior event. So you might be aware of those. It's free, I believe. And so that's happening on November 17th. The 15th of December, I believe Roy City is having their holiday event. So plan that, put that in your calendar. There's a debate whether or not we're going to have it here or we're going to have it catered here or we'll have it somewhere else, but just put that down the 15th of December. And I'm really quite surprised you didn't mention about the Bar J.
Well, we're sold out, so I didn't want to
Oh,
advertise it
I'd
no
tell
more.
it anyway. Bar J, a big Bar J event that's happening on the 16th of December. It's actually the 15th and the 16th.
Yeah.
They're sold out, but I'll be honest with you, it is a great performance. So if you haven't got your tickets, see if you can find some tickets from someone who's got it. So
Well, they're going to be probably having another performance somewhere in Salt Lake. They called us to make sure we were sold out first.
is that right?
So if you love the Bar J Wranglers, go to their website, and they're supposed to be announcing another concert. So.
Perfect. Yeah. And I get worried, not worried, but it's an interesting, I'm hearing this may be the last time. And so if that's the case, too bad because we've enjoyed every year that they've been here.
I
It's
thought
just been
maybe if we give them a standing ovation, we can start talking them into coming back again.
There you go. Let's do that. You'll be up on the mic, Ann. Okay. Okay, thank you. I have a motion then to adjourn.
Moved to adjourn.
Thank you.
I'll
Diane.
second that.
And thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Give us 5 minutes and we're going to jump into our RDA board meeting. Thank you.
Okay, bathrooms are back there, right?
Right around the corner. Yeah.
I probably could make it.
Yeah, you're good.
Gotta move.
That's a lot of stuff to go through.
Packed in, packed it in.
When I picked mine up, I heard a tree fall.
That originally said I was teasing when I made that.
Good report, though.
Yeah, very well done.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss it. You're probably not gonna talk to me in 6 months. I'll go, Brian, what did he know that I did?
I don't know if better to sit down there and do it, or is that where you do it? Right?
But it's been fun.
Thank you.
And see, before when it's live, you can't rewind.
Good to hear.
You know, if Steve knows that.
Thanks, Steve. Well, I guess if we've got a second, just to stand up and stretch.
You have your recorder that you haven't turned off though, right?
Don't see any more Disneyland pictures coming through your Facebook page, so you got all those sent out, huh? Be honest with you, you were probably home, but I'm looking, I says, my heavens, I think he's down there in Disneyland.
No, we were down there for 5-6 days, but my wife wouldn't let me send out a picture until we were down there 3 days, because she didn't want anybody to know that we weren't home.
There's some wisdom in that, I'm just telling you. There's
So,
wisdom.
but, it was fantastic.
Weather was good for you?
Oh, it was 78. Oh, it was, and my daughter made a great video and has that online, and we just walked literally probably 2 blocks from our hotel
Was that right?
down to the park.
Too easy.
It was.
Hey, Morgan, will you see if my slide shows up on the screen? It's gonna show up all right, though?
It should.
Okay.
It's just the streaming. It's not.
Okay.
Get that, right, for that kind of money. I will send my kids around to serve it.
Who are you?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love you.
Thank you.
Truly.
I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. And you did well.
You did, yeah. You
Nothing
did
to
better
be
than you
ashamed
thought.
of.
Okay, now I think
I agree.
I do agree.
and I still wouldn't have any more units.
Well, that's okay, but still.
Well, that's good, 'cause that'd be a controversy. I wouldn't want to tackle the floor. But anyway, you guys,
It was fun. I'm excited.
you should be. This will be, it'll be a good year. A lot of good things coming. Truly. You guys will look under the tent.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I had one that she told you this morning, but I thought I told you, I just got back from Florida.
No comment.
Well,
My wife was supposed to.
Joe,
She actually
I
started
have
at
a
3, and then she went over and did
weird
Glenda's neighborhood.
and
And Glenda had actually already
relationship.
That's
shooted all
awesome.
of that
He's
same day.
weird.
So I was like,
Nice,
if I
yeah.
can sneak inside,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna help.
That's exactly how I feel.
Right?
Already.
No, we don't shoot fun when we're on the same page. I just,
Hello, Randy. Thanks for your patience.
Oh.
You've been very, very patient.
No, it's not a problem. I'm used to that. RDA meetings are always at the end. And you haven't met as a city council for a while, so you had a lot on your agenda.
I make a motion, we go home.
You can't do that yet.
We haven't even gotten to the meeting yet.
That's my point. I drove 5 hours to get here. I got 5 hours to drive to Hattiesburg, Mississippi tomorrow.
No.
Where are you at, Joe?
West Monroe, Louisiana. Drove here from New Orleans today.
Wow.
I gotta do about 3 hours worth of work tomorrow, and then drive to Hattiesburg, Mississippi, which is another 5 hours.
Well, hopefully you have good weather.
Yep.
That's beautiful. Then I got to drive to Biloxi and Gulfport, and then back to New Orleans, and then home midnight Friday night.
What kind of car are you driving?
An Infiniti QX80.
Oh, well, then I don't feel sorry for you.
It's a really nice SUV.
I was going to say.
They tried to give me a black, fully loaded Suburban in New Orleans, and I'm like, I don't need to look like the mafia.
Yeah.
Well, that would suit you well, though.
It would.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll get started. I want to welcome everybody out to the Roy City RDA Board meeting for November 16th, 2021, and it is 8:17. Wow.
That's
It's
my bedtime. Not really.
8:17.
That's a record, Mayor. Let's get going.
Obviously, we want to welcome everybody. I want to do a roll call here. We have Board Member Saxton. We have Board Member Wilson. We've excused Board Member Burrell. We have Board Member Jackson here, and we have Board Member Paul, but he is on remote. So
Yep.
we're going to listen to him, okay? We do have one consent item, which is the approval of the August 17th, 2021 Roy City RDA meeting minutes. Do I have any comments relative to those minutes?
No.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion then to approve those consent items.
I move that we approve the meeting minutes from August 17th.
Thank you, Diane. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ann, thank you for the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. This is a little outside of the thing, but I believe since this is an official meeting, I've yet to put public comments in here. I'm going to ask if anybody has any public comments. No public comments? Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Wait,
Mayor, hold on.
maybe.
There's
No.
only going to be one portion for public comments, correct?
That's it. Just. Oh, if you have something you'd like to express with the RDA board, please come up to the mic. Oh, so it's before or after? Okay. Well, this is the public comment period, so let's see how this rolls through then, okay? We do have some action items, specifically the resolution 21-6, designation of the creation of a community reinvestment project to be known as the DNRG Community Reinvestment Area. Okay, Randy, you're going to open that conversation?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, basically what this is if you recall back in 2019, we talked about creating a community reinvestment area for the UTA property. However, that was put on and tabled by the board because there was still a lot of work that had to be done. In particular was you needed to go through as a council and put together the ordinance that would stipulate what could be developed in that area, the height and all of the other requirements that you went through. Since that has now been accomplished, we believe it's time to come back and talk about creating that area as a community reinvestment area. The main reason why we want to do this is, I think as it was explained to you during that particular time, that a transit station has the ability to go to the state and talk with the state the Governor's Office of Opportunity Development now, it used to be Economic Development, and could request a higher height, higher density, and there's really nothing you could do about that. However, if the project area is in a community reinvestment area, then that requirement can't be done. They have to follow the city-adopted ordinances, and that's why we want to put this in a CRA. Basically, it controls and it sets into place what you've already adopted as council. And so if there's ever a developer that wants to develop a residential development in that area, they have to abide by the terms and conditions in the ordinance that you have required or that you've already set. If that is not created and they get into a discussion and say, we don't like what you've got, we don't like what you've adopted, they have the right to go to the state and say, we'd like to move forward in a different direction. So really creating it protects what's already been established by you as a council. It sets up the opportunity for a developer to talk with us about potential use of tax increment financing. That is always an option, but as we go through the policy, there's a number of steps that one will have to do to go through before we'd even consider giving any increment. So the main reason for doing this is to put into place a process that will protect what you've already adopted, and that's why we want to move forward with this creation of this project area. When we go through one of the presentation, I'll show you the steps that we do when we create one. This will take about probably 2 to 3 months. It will be a public hearing. The property owners that have been listed to be in that project area will be notified of that public hearing, and they will be able to come and attend and make any comment they want. The plan that will be put together for this project area will follow what you've already adopted. There'll be no additional, in fact, we'll actually refer to in the plan the ordinance that was already adopted and the zoning that's already been in place for this area.
Okay.
So this is the first of about 15 steps, is adopting this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Randy. Comments? Council, thoughts?
Yes, so my understanding from the CRA options that they talked about in the news for the UTA was that if it were to be 50 units or more, then you could have a CRA. And so that's just kind of a side comment, maybe where that fits in. But I'm wondering, how does the UTA have the authority by having a CRA? How are they able to change the whole zoning and change the units and the stuff that we've already approved? And so that's kind of the first part of it. And the second part is, would that CRA be just their property, or would they be able to do it for that entire area?
Let me answer your last question first. They would only have the right to do it on their property. They would not have the right to do it anywhere else, only on their property. The second thing is that they have the right under that House bill, I can't remember, I think it's 257 if I remember right. They have the right under there to go in and request that the state create a CRA or a transit zone and have that same ability to collect the increment, to use the increment, but they don't have to go through the process we do where we got to go ask the taxing districts to participate. They automatically get it up to 80%. And they can go to a higher density over and above, up above that 50 or above if they need to. So this really just sets into motion that we have our own CRA, we've already created, there's no need for GoEd to create a new one.
So they can change zoning and everything when they set up their own CRA?
They can come in and ask for a higher density, and they can also create a higher density than you've approved. But they also can go through and just automatically get the tax increment without you or the school district or the county or any of their taxing districts giving their authority to do so through an interlocal agreement.
If we have a CRA, does that then block them for having an additional one? So they cannot, by law, they cannot go and try to trump a different CRA?
No, they can't. They cannot do that because we will already have it created and we'll already have it in place. And so there's no reason to go in and trump it. It's already in existence.
So one of my concerns on a CRA is that it is basically an incentive for developers to come in. And sometimes that's nice if you're doing a redevelopment, because to purchase property with buildings that need to be torn down, that can be very difficult for them, a builder or a developer, to do that. But this is open, raw ground. And so I don't see that there's really an incentive. Right now, the market is going crazy with building on open, raw land. And so a CRA can actually cause almost like a market advantage by rewarding already lucrative development options and developers. And so I can see that we're doing it as a protection, but on the other hand, for the general principle, that concerns me because of the incentive or bonus it is in an area where it's open, raw land, and they already are going to make a lot of money. So that balance.
So let me address that. I think when we go through our presentation on our tax increment reimbursement policy, we will probably help answer some of those concerns. But second of all, tax increment has to be given by the redevelopment agency. It's not automatic. Just because you create a CRA doesn't mean a developer automatically gets that money for that incentive. You as a redevelopment board have to make that decision whether or not an incentive is worthy for participation. So anything we do has to come back for the discussion with this board. Second of all, we do have to go get the approval of the taxing districts to participate with that. So until we've accomplished, one, getting the taxing entities to participate with us, and two, you as a board agree to it, there will be no incentive given on any development until that happens.
And that's the draft that you submitted?
That
for us
is
to
the
look at?
draft that we talk about that, but in general, even without that draft, if a developer wanted to develop and wanted an incentive and he wanted the tax increment, he still has to come to this board and ask and show that there's a reason for that incentive.
Prove the need, basically.
And prove the need, basically. And we've set up with our policy a number of steps and a number of things that developers will have to do to work with us to get that incentive.
And what would be a main reason then in this situation that they would be able to prove the need? Because right now, I mean, it looks like it's open ground, it should be pretty easy to make what they need. What would be maybe one of those reasons that
Well,
would do
maybe
that?
it might be a developer might get into that area, and maybe there's another piece of property that wants to be pushed. Maybe there's a bridge that would need to be built over a platform. Maybe there could be something with the slope or the topography of that ground. There's something that would be an extraordinary cost that would normally not be in that development that we would be considering. And we try to do that in all of our redevelopment project areas where we look at giving incentives. We try to look at, and again, when I go through the incentive policy, I think you'll see that we've put in a framework that I think will work very, very well for a developer having to come in and showing us that need or that unusual thing. Or what's even more important, what are the benefits that we're going to get as a community from that might offset that incentive or might be greater than that incentive that we would be giving.
Thank you.
Good questions. Other comments, questions, council?
And again, the adoption of this resolution only allows us to move forward and start creating. It doesn't create anything, it doesn't finalize anything. That all has to come back and you have to go through a public hearing process to finalize everything.
Right.
This is just the first of 15 steps.
Yeah. Thoughts? Okay. Okay, good questions. Okay, then we do have in front of us Resolution 21-6, designating the creation of a CRA at the DNGR Community Reinvestment Area. Do I have a motion then to approve Resolution 21-6?
So moved.
Okay, Joe, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And I got a second. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Morgan?
Board Member Wilson,
Aye.
Board Member Saxton,
Aye.
Board Member Jackson,
Aye.
Board Member Paul,
Aye.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, now we got some discussion items we'd like to go through, specifically the policy for property acquisition by the RDA. So Randy, you want to talk to that?
Since that one's first, I'll go to the end of this slide presentation because I've kind of combined them together.
Okay.
Give me just a second to do
Okay.
that.
Tell us what page it is so we can get on it.
Yes, I will. It is page 14.
We
Or I'm
didn't mark,
sorry, 13.
okay, what's the title? Acquisition policy?
Acquisition policy is what
Okay,
it's
we'll have to
called.
find that. Got it. Okay, go ahead, Randy.
Okay, so basically, we have adopted a policy for the disposition of land, but we wanted to talk about a policy in the event that the RDA ever wants to acquire land. This might be something that might be coming up fairly quickly. There might be some opportunity for the redevelopment agency to discuss with UDOT some of the surplus property that might be available on 5600 and 1900 when they start doing that project. So we felt like we wanted to get something before you. As the mayor mentioned, this is a draft. We want to give it to you, get back your comments, and then Andy will go through and do his legal review, and we'll bring this back for formal adoption at a later date. But basically, the purposes of this policy is, as I've outlined on this slide, is it requires the RDA board approval for us to purchase any property. So it will always come back to the board for final say and vote. The property acquisition would have to be necessary or helpful for us to carry out goals and objectives defined by the board. That could be in an economic strategic plan. That could be in something that you've adopted as a board that you'd like to say, this area needs to be developed. If there's property available in there, we'd like to see the RDA go out and have the first option to buy it. But there has to be it has to be necessary and it has to be helpful. And we need to come back and demonstrate that to the board. The policy defines the steps. There's about 7-8 steps that we go through, and they've been defined in the policy. And as we've said, as I put in here, this policy can always be affected by something that the state legislature may adopt when it comes to acquisition of property. So one of the things that Andy will be looking at is to make sure our policy doesn't conflict with anything that might be already in state statute. So let me quickly identify the steps. There's more detail as in your policy for your review. It goes into more detail, but basically the steps are first, it's property identification. And basically that is, we've identified who can request property to be acquired. And we basically have limited it to the executive director, which is the mayor. We've limited it to the chief administrative officer, which is Matt. Legal can do that, or any consultant that has been retained by the redevelopment agency to assist with that. And also developers have, or participants, brokers can come to us and say, hey, we got a piece of property, would you be interested in acquiring it? So the first thing is to identify. The second thing is to go through an affordability review. And basically that's a review and evaluation that we go through to determine whether or not the property is actually affordable. Does it meet certain goals? And we've outlined those things that would have to be done. We review the purchase price. We verify the purchase price is a fair market. We look at what funds are available and where are those funds coming from, and do we have those funds in an area that we can use for property purchase. We then go through and look at the fiscal benefits that might come from buying that property. What's the potential tax increment? What's the potential sales tax that might come off of a development? And then again, does it meet the goals and objectives that have been identified by the RDA or the city? And so there's a review on that. And that review is undertaken by, again, the chief administrative officer has that responsibility, or he can assign that to a staff or a consultant. Then we go through a plan review, and basically what we're doing with that is we're just determining whether or not the acquisition accomplishes or will be consistent with any adopted plans, policies, or goals established by the board. So again, that's the verification. There's a reason why we need to buy that property, and it has to meet something that we've identified as a RDA. There will always be an appraisal done on the property. That appraisal will help us determine what is the fair market value. Then we will go through a due diligence step, which means we're going to look at the title of the property, and we're going to look at to make sure there's been environmental reviews done on the property. We're going to make sure that there's no seller disclosure problems that might be on that title. So it's really a due diligence, but we look at title, environmental, and then we look at any other records that might be available. We want to make sure that we're buying a very clean piece of property and a property that can give us a clear title. Then after we do that, the next step will be done, and while we're going through this, the legal is always involved, particularly in the due diligence phase. But once we get done with that, then we would draft a draft purchase agreement. And then what we would do is we would go into a closed-door meeting, because state law allows us to go into a closed-door meeting to talk about acquisition of property. And in that meeting, in that closed-door meeting, we would share with the board what we have found with due diligence, what we have found, where the money's going to come. We'd give you the basic information about what that agreement would be and what that would entitle, and then get your feedback on that. Now, you don't approve anything in a closed-door meeting, but we can get consent from you to take the next step. And once we've done that, then the next step will be to prepare and I've just outlined what the board review would include when we go in there. So we talk about the staff report, we talk about the due diligence findings, we talk about the appraisal, we talk about our proposed offer that we'd be making on the property, and the terms and conditions of a purchase agreement. And then once we get your ability, you would give us the, okay, go ahead and finish your negotiations, go ahead and take this and let's get a final agreement. When the final agreement is prepared, we bring that back to you, and you act upon that in an open meeting. So the agreement is then disclosed with all the final terms, conditions, and everything for you then to act on upon approval. And once you approve it, then we would go through closing.
Right.
So it's a pretty simple process, but it's very defined on what we do and how we do it, and when the board takes part in it. So that's really what the acquisition policy is.
Yeah, most important to recognize, board members, is that only in the financial negotiation of price, what we're considered paying for a property is at a closed door. Everything else has to be done in a public meeting. So right here, anybody that shows up, anybody that's watching, all those decisions, even the point that simply says we're going to make an offer on this particular property, will be done in a public meeting in an open public rule, and we'll put everything on the table. And then if you agree to it, we go on it. If you don't agree to it, it doesn't happen. That's how it works.
So this is just a review of the policy. It's been in place for years, right?
No, it hasn't.
This one
This
doesn't.
is our first policy that
Right.
we have prepared for acquisition. Now, the city could have a policy for their property acquisition, but the redevelopment agency does not. And
That's
again,
correct.
as we've explained to you, the RDA is a separate independent body.
Yeah.
This hat you're wearing on is a separate hat than your action as a city council. That's why we go in a separate meeting. That's why we have separate note, it's all separate. We try to be separate. So we feel like the RDA needs to have its own policy for purchasing.
Right.
Well, do we have property in mind right now that we need to
We don't
move?
have anything right now, but there could be some opportunities that might come up for us to look at perhaps purchasing.
Especially with everything they're tearing down on 5600 and stuff.
There could be, and the reason why we're looking at that is because if we own it, we help control how it's developed.
Right.
And that's why we would be interested in maybe looking at some of those.
Yep. Okay, yep.
Question.
Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Just because of the public's notion that their property isn't going to be taken as a result of this policy, can we add to it a sentence that addresses that no eminent domain will be used, or are we not certain?
Well, we could certainly add that. The redevelopment's power of eminent domain is very, very, very restricted. It has to, first of all, be in a blighted area. We have to have adopted a project area plan. We've had to adopt a project area. So basically, this policy, when when we do those plans and we do those things that create those project areas, we would have within that plan any adopted policy for eminent domain. Now, in a CRA, we have no power of eminent domain.
Right.
We're
Right.
stripped of it. We don't even have it. And what I would recommend, and again, I'd want to talk with Andy a little bit about that. I personally don't have a problem saying that we wouldn't use the power of eminent domain to acquire property. But I wouldn't want us to limit that opportunity, meaning that we have a conflict, that we have a policy over here, but yet we have a law that allows us, if we ever created an urban renewal area, to have that power if we wanted it. So I don't want there to be a conflict.
But I think,
you realize that's gonna be probably the public's biggest fear with that RDA policy review.
But keep in mind, again, you as a board has to approve that.
No,
So if we came back to you and we said we want to use the power of eminent domain, you can say, no, we're not going to condemn this piece of property. But again, our policy for this is when we as an RDA want to buy property. In a redevelopment project area plan, we would stipulate whether or not we have the power of eminent domain. But we're looking at maybe buying property that may or may not be. Now, the property we've talked about on the 5600 corridor and 1900, that's in a CRA. We don't have that power to condemn any property in that anyway.
yeah, and that's important to remember, and this is important to remember, board members. Everywhere there's a CRA, and Randy stated this a couple of times, the city or the RDA board has no authority for eminent domain or constitutional taking of property. It will not allow that. Only when you said, is remember that, you said in a blighted area. So we have to designate that as an RDA or as a city. We have to designate that. And we have not designated any of that.
And I think Andy would probably agree with me. The only time that we have the power of eminent domain is if it's in an urban renewal area that we've designated and we've adopted. That's the only time we have the power. So acquiring any property outside of that, we don't have the power of eminent domain.
Yeah.
Well, over my stay on the council, we've never done it. We've never used that.
That's correct.
I just want to put everybody at a rest saying we're not going to need to use it.
And frankly, I don't have a problem if we add that to the policy, because we're only going to have the power of eminent domain when we create an urban renewal project area that says we have the power of eminent domain.
Right.
But again, I would like to prefer, and if Andy feels like after his review and he's discussed this, that we're not jeopardizing anything by having that in a policy, including our ability if we ever create an urban renewal area, and I highly recommend we wouldn't, the policy isn't going to come back and cause us some problems. If he says no, then I have no problem saying we could add that to the policy.
Well, okay, so with that, Council, you're okay with allowing Andy, when he takes a review of this, if he feels like it's okay to do that? I think what Board Member Saxon is saying is he'd like to see that wording in the policy.
Yes.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have a question. Why would the RDA, or what situations would the RDA want to own land versus the city owning it? I know we're two different entities, but when would that be beneficial versus?
Because the RDA has less restrictions on how to dispose of that property.
Right.
You have a set requirement under the state law that says you cannot sell property for less than fair market value. We do not have that same, and so there is an advantage sometimes for an RDA to own property, particularly if we want to see it developed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, other comments? Questions?
So therefore, you would be great for an incentive to get a hotel here, the RDA.
Could be.
like-
I mean,
Yeah.
it can be used for us. The property can always be an incentive in lieu of a tax increment. So there is some advantage for us to own property.
And I think, and to that question, I think if we basically were to look at this, If a piece of property really is a prime piece of property to do development, the RDA board may be able to expedite, okay, the development of a property faster than the normal process. And I speak to that because sometimes the UDOT property, once they acquire it and once it becomes excess, it could sit there for months, years, okay? And then finally come up on some flyer, some announcements to say we're selling off this property. All that time, as long as that property is in Roy, owned by UDOT, Roy City gets no taxes, no benefit, gets nothing for that property until such time that there's either in the hands of the private sector or there's a development on it. And so in essence is think about downtown Roy and then think about in terms of all that property where we're generating revenue today, and then all that stops for a year or 2 years, waiting for UDOT to put that on advertisement so they can go ahead and release it. We think this process will allow us to move that a little quicker, and particularly, I think, from the standpoint that says that if it's going to move quicker, we'd want to have somebody who's ready to step in and do some development on there. So we just don't want it to have it. I mean, having the city or the RDA board on property doesn't make any sense unless there's value to it, in my opinion. But the board has to make that determination, okay?
And Mr. Chairman, if I might also state, you recall, we've already adopted a land disposal policy.
That's right.
So when we purchase the property, we go through that land disposal process, so.
To get rid of it.
And I know you talked about having the funding available, but say we're a little bit short, the RDA is a little bit short in the money that they have there. What options do we have? Is it an entity that can take out a loan if it was chosen to, or?
The RDA has the right to bond. We can issue bonds. We have the right to go borrow our own financing. We have a right to negotiate, enter into agreements with you, city. So there's a number of options that we can look at if we end up having a piece of property we feel is critical, we want to buy it, but we're short, we could talk about how to do it.
Right.
And then obviously the tax increment becomes the source of payback for us too. So that kind of all goes into our analysis of how do we afford the property and how do we buy it, and we come back and share that with you as a board.
Yep. Okay.
So does that mean then that we would be approving our own TIF?
Oh, well, we always can when we get the tax increment, we have control on how we use it. So if we decide that we want to collect some of the tax increment because we got to pay back a note or a loan that we've got to buy the property, we certainly have the ability to do that. And so we could go to a bank, for example, and say, let's say we got a piece of property, it's $2 million. We're sitting on $1 million, maybe $1.5 million. We say, look, would you make a $500,000 note to us? And could we give you the security of that note, the tax increment that's going to be generated off this development? Well, the bank would want to know what that is, what that timing is and all that, but they say, okay, that'll work. Well, then what happens is the bank now has the first lien on any TIF. So if we were to give that to a developer, we have to go to the bank and get the bank's approval before we do it. It'd be no different than a loan on your home. You know, your first is always going to be first. Anybody else is going to have to be second. And so, yeah, we could, and that's why the RDA, you can't do that as a city, but we can do a lot of that with the RDA. So that's another reason why it's good for us to buy it.
Thank you.
If there's available property. But we won't buy it unless there's a reason to do it and we have a necessity to do it, obviously.
And that's really important. Just
I
to
think
own
that's
property
really
offers no value. I mean, I don't,
just because we see a piece of property come up for sale doesn't mean we're going to go buy it.
Yeah,
It's
we
gonna
just
have
need to
have
make sure there's value to it.
Yeah, it's got to have a value to us to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. That obviously no decision here, more to come, but we'll go ahead and continue to get to refine the property acquisition policy, and it will come back formally to the board members for final approval. Okay.
And again, with both these policies, we would love you to review it. Grammar, there might be some grammar errors, there might be some spelling errors, there might be whatever you need to do, just please feel free to correct those. And if you want to send that back to me, that's great. And I'll incorporate all of that into the final draft when we work through with Andy.
Yeah, and the comment about the eminent domain, Brian, we'll just add that in there and let Andy go ahead and see if there's any conflict. No conflict, then it just stays in the policy. Okay? Okay, good conversation. Let's talk about the tax increment reimbursement policy.
I want to start by stating that this is, you are probably one of, you will, if you adopt this policy, you'll be a third redevelopment agency that has looked at doing a tax reimbursement policy. I've done 2 of them, and this will be my third. I didn't do the first. I've done the one other. And I find this to be very, very, very helpful because it really sets an expectation of what we're going to want developers or people to give us and prove and provide before we agree to give a public subsidy. So again, the mission and the purpose of this policy is to provide project and developers tax increment reimbursement. We define the process to obtain that reimbursement. We define the reimbursement categories. We explain how we calculate tax increment. I think that's important for the board to know. It outlines the participation rates and the threshold requirements for reimbursement and establishes the process for a CRA creation and how and obtaining our reimbursement agreement. I won't spend a lot of time on this tax increment calculation, but really it's pretty simple. First of all, the way it works is you take new growth in your project area, you subtract that from the base year value. The base year value is what is the value, the assessed value, currently in the area when we create it. So what's the property tax already being paid? That's the base year value. Any new growth, we subtract that from the base year, and then we times that by the certified tax rate that's already been established by all the taxing entities. We don't have the ability to establish a tax rate. That equals the tax increment.
Right.
So it's really simple. That's why when we create a plan in the budget, there's a base year value, there's a base year, and then any growth that goes above that is the tax increment. We get that based upon the percentages and the deals that we've made with the other taxing entities. So if all the taxing entities came in and say, we're gonna split that with you 50-50, we keep 50-50 goes to the taxing entities. But that's how it's calculated. So there's a calculation formula. We put that in the policy because we want developers and everyone to know how we calculate that. Now, the first thing we have is we said there are 2 in the policy, we have 2 different types of participation. One would be in existing project areas. Now, we have 1 existing project area that we collect tax increment from. That will sunset in 3 years. So once that sunsets, we have no participation. There won't be any reimbursement. We have 2 project areas that we have created, but we have not taken any increment from. So this project area development those 2 areas we've created, we would not put them under this project area development criteria. They will fall under the new CRA creation criteria. So the only area that this portion of tax increment reimbursement policy applies to is our existing project area that sunsets in 3 years. So what I'm getting at, if there's a development that happens in that area and somebody wants tax increment, they're only going to get it for 3 years, and they're only going to get it 60% because that's what's already been established. So I won't spend a lot of time on this because, again, it's not there, but I felt like in the policy, we should have something that addresses any development that might happen in an existed adopted project area. So basically what that says is that, first of all, it has to be within the existing project area, and that's we call it the I-Omega project area. It has to align with our adopted plan that was adopted back in 1997, I think is when the plan was adopted. It has to meet one of the public benefits still, and we'll show you those benefits in a minute. And they still have to provide us the evidence that they need the participation, even though it might be for 3 years. And that will still be verified by the RDA. And anything that we do with tax increment, there has to be a minimum private investment of $15 million. So we've set a cap. Anything under 15 million, we're not, the answer is going to be no. So you have to show us if you want anything, you're going to make at least a capital investment of 15 million, and that's on an existing project area. So again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because we only have one area. We've outlined in this project area that the eligible costs that we would consider using increment for would be construction cost, site improvement, and public infrastructure. That's really the three things that we have to show that they want to use the public incentive for. The length of participation will not exceed the remaining years. So in this project area, there's 3 years remaining. The participation is 60%. That's the max that can do in this project area. So these terms, this area is pretty well set, but we did want to put a policy together that says there's still some threshold requirements that a developer would have to meet. Now, let's talk about the specific creation project areas. This is the areas that we will do. The DNRG, for example, will fall under this now. The two project areas that we just created on 1900 West, East and West, will fall under this criteria. So again, first of all, it's got to be a creation of a new CRA because that has to happen whenever we're looking at participation. Second, we've outlined that that it has to be a private investment commitment of at least 15 million. It has to meet the objectives that were defined in the mission statement of the policy, and basically those are pretty simple, that the development improvements has to meet the goals and objectives of the RDA project area plan. It has to meet one of our public benefit criteria, and the development of public improvements that will benefit Royce City, or the development of improvements that will achieve economic goals established by the Royce City Redevelopment Agency. So that's in the mission statement. Whenever they come in and ask the application, whatever, we'll have to demonstrate that they meet one of those areas. We're going to require every development to provide us what's called a gap financing. That's but for our money, this project won't happen. Or what is the reasoning why we need it? Show us why we need to give a public subsidy. You have to demonstrate that by a gap analysis. So we're going to require every project, every developer to provide us a gap analysis. And then we'll go through and verify that the development meets these above terms, and then if they do, they can give us an application, and the application will be pretty simple. We'll develop that when we have the final policy. We'll share that with you. But they got to come in and talk to us, show us there's a need. That's demonstrated by a gap. Show us that there's a private investment over 15 million. Show us that they meet one of the objectives in the mission statement, and they meet a public benefit, and then we'll say, okay, put an application together, and we'll start the process. If they don't meet any of that, we're done. There's no more discussion. We move on, tell them to go find their financing someplace else. Then we will go through, and once the application is given to us, the RDA staff will then go through and begin the review of that application. And the first thing we say is that it's going to have to be totally completed. Everything we ask for, everything we want, everything we need has to be there. Then we've also said that application will have that gap analysis, which will be done to support the need for any tax increment participation. I call that the but-for requirement. But for our participation, you can't do the project. The RDA staff will review and verify the application is complete, and then we'll prepare a recommendation for the discussion and review with the RDA Economic Development Committee. So once the staff has done our initial review, we take it to our Economic Development Committee, we share that information with them, and that Economic Development Committee makes a decision of whether to take it to the board or not take it to the board. So that if they say no, don't want this, we don't like it, it stops at that point. If they say, yeah, I think this needs to be discussed with the entire board, the entire board needs to see this, the entire board needs to look at the numbers, then we will go and we'll meet with the RDA board and we'll review with the board that recommendation and why that committee has made the recommendation to go forward. Once we've done that first initial review, then the RDA board will schedule a public meeting to discuss the proposed project and will adopt a resolution initiating a CRA. You did that tonight on the DRNG. We set a public meeting, we brought a resolution to you, and you've given us the authorization to start creating that project area. We then will go through, and as we're starting to prepare our plan, and as we're starting to put our budget together for that project area, and again, this is a developer-initiated deal that has come to us and say, we would like you to give us tax increment. We don't have a developer right now that's asking us to do a development in the DRG, so we're not doing this now. We're creating a project area, but we're creating that project area for another reason, which we outlined earlier, and that was to protect what you've already adopted. It's the main reason getting that in place. But if a developer comes in and asks us, Board Member Wilson, to participate, we're gonna go through this analysis with them before we give them anything. But right now, that's not the case. We already, with our CRAs the two we've created, we may have a developer that may come into the door and say, we'd like to apply for development and we need some tax increment financing. We'll start this process with them. So we'll go through, we'll review the thing that we've decided with the board. We'll then come back to the full board and make a decision whether or not to go forward and start doing all of the financial reviews and everything that we need to do. So in that, we'll do a financial analysis that will include a gap review, economic impact study. What we want to show is what are the benefits that are coming to the city. What are we getting in the general fund? What's going to be the franchise tax? What's going to be the sales tax? What's going to be our portion of the property tax? Is there any spin-off development that we can count on this that might come in that we don't need to give increment for, but it might be a benefit to us? We then will tell you whether or not we agree or disagree with the gap review, or whether or not we have problems with that gap review and want the developer to go back and look at other things. We will do an ROI analysis. Is the return on investment that the developer's asking reasonable with or without our incentive? If it's reasonable, we're not going to give them an incentive. If there's a shortfall to a debt to service ratio, then we maybe look at that. So really, there's a significant amount of analysis that will go in to whether or not we give it, and then that all will be shared with you at a later date. We then would probably want to look and see what is the impacts that it will have on the county and the school district in particular. If they do participate with us, is there adequate funding to cover their needs? Is the school district think that 50% of that revenue is adequate to cover their needs, or do they need 30%? We'll have preliminary conversations with the taxing districts. Then, once we've done that, we will either create the CRA or we will begin to come back and have the discussion on the financial analysis, whichever way we decide to go. So if we have a developer asking us to create a CRA for a project, we do this. And even if we have a developer that comes in and asks us, you already have a CRA, but I would like to have tax increment from that, we do this. So the process is for either or. Once we've done our analysis, once we've created our budget, once we've got the staff report ready, we then will go back and meet with the RDA Economic Development Committee. We'll review that information with that Economic Development Committee, and then they will make a recommendation on whether or not we ought to go ahead, prepare a budget, prepare some tax increment terms, and take that to the RDA board for consideration. So once we have their blessing, then we will prepare a recommendation to present it to the board for your consideration. And at that meeting, we will share with you, why are we giving the incentive? What was the demonstration that shows that that's deserving? We share with you why we came to the conclusion that an incentive is worthy, as well as we will share with you what that participation rate should be. And what we stated here, we start at 50%.
Can you describe what you mean when you say participation rate? Does that mean they ask us for $1 million and we'll participate giving them 50% of that, or
well,
what does that mean?
We start with what's the tax increment that's going to be produced. And the tax increment is what is the property taxes that will be produced from this project. And then remember, the property taxes goes to the school, the county, the city, the sewer district, others. So we still have to get them to agree to whatever percent that we feel is adequate. But we establish that percent based upon what we've started. And what we're saying is, don't come in and ask for 75% at the beginning because we're not going to be there. We're going to look at what does 50% do. So what we're saying is we'll share that property tax 50-50. We start there. We don't start anywhere higher. And then if we go higher, there has to be demonstration to us that there needs to be a bigger amount. But we'll never go above 75%. 75% is our cap. But we don't start at 75%. In the past, we've kind of done that. We started at 20 years, 70%, 20 years, we're not doing that anymore. What we're saying is we'll start with 50%. That's the baseline. If you want anything more than that, you're going to have to demonstrate to us that either we've got increased economic benefits, you're providing a heck of a lot of public benefits to us, you're putting in a significant amount of equity, so you are significantly at risk, just like we would be. So if you walk away from this project, you're in trouble. And then we're also going to include in there, if you want more than that, you're going to have to make a commitment to us that for every year we give you tax increment, you need to stay in business 1 year. So if it's a 10-year deal, you're making a commitment to be in Roy for 10 years. If you leave us, you're going to pay us back increment. That way, when the incentive is there, we're asking for additional time for them to stay. And I said that wrong. If I give you a 10-year deal, then you're required to stay in Roy 10 years after that incentive is given. They got to be in business 20 years here. If you leave us to go someplace else, then you're going to have to pay us back a portion of our incentive. That's when we give bigger percentages. If they want more, they're going to have to make a commitment that they're going to be a long-term partner with Roy City. Sometimes I've seen the fact that you give an incentive to a company, and this happens usually with companies that move in for industrial types of uses. All of a sudden, the incentive's out, and they decide, hey, we're going to shut the doors and go elsewhere. We're not allowing that to happen under our incentive if we give more than the 50%. And the length of participation is between 10 and 20 years. Again, as we do that analysis, we'll determine where that's at. But I think what I want to make really clear with this is we start at 50%. We're looking at a 50-50 deal. This is the creation process of a CRA. I won't spend a lot of time on there. We do a plan, we do a budget. We have to give out property owner notices 30 days before a public hearing. We also have to send those notices to all the taxing entities. We have to have the public hearing. In that public hearing, after that's held, you make a decision whether you want to adopt the plan, whether you want to adopt the budget. The city has to adopt an ordinance. There's a 30-day contest period. We transmit documents out to all the taxing entities. So it's a pretty defined process that we go through. So that's why I said just creating CRA doesn't mean that, or giving a resolution to start the process doesn't mean that we've created. Then once we've done all of this, once we've gone through and talked to the board, once we've got the board on board to give the incentive, then we will prepare what's called a tax increment participation agreement. And that will list all of the terms, conditions, amounts, and everything that we've agreed to give to the developer or the development. Once that's prepared, we bring that back to the board. It's presented in a public meeting, and it's adopted by a resolution. And I've outlined some of the key terms that would be in that agreement. It would include the participation rate we agreed to. It would have a cap of the total amount of increment that we'd give. It would have the years. So the risk is put on the developer that he's going to build or she's going to build a big enough project that's going to produce enough increment to give them the money they want, but we're capping it. So it's a percentage or time, whichever comes first. If you reach the cap in 10 years, we're done. If you get to the end of the agreement and we still owe you $2 million, that's too bad. That's your fault. So it's a cap, it's a year, percentage, cap, and time are the terms that are put in the agreement. We will limit property transfers. We don't want them to do that same thing. We give them an incentive. They decide to sell it to a company and then say the incentive is going to them. No, they have to get our approval to do that. We record the agreement, so it's always on the property. We also put in the agreement that if they ever go to the county to appeal their assessed values, that's great, you have the right to do that, but if it's reduced, your agreement is reduced accordingly. We're not gonna, I mean, that's great, you have that right, we can't stop, that's a constitutional right to appeal my property tax. But if you do that, you need to know that the amount of money that we committed to you is also gonna be reduced. We will have in there any recapturing provisions, and like I said, there'll be a commitment to remaining in the city for a period of time when we give that development. Now, one question that might come up, well, what if it's a developer decides to sell that? That's where we have the key on the property transfer. You cannot, if you want to sell your project, that's fine, but the incentive does not go with the sell. You have to come to the redevelopment agency, and the redevelopment agency in that agreement will have to determine whether or not they want to give that same incentive to that new buyer.
Yeah.
So we protect ourselves that the incentive is always protected so that we know that the development will always be there. The terms and conditions that we agreed to in the agreement will be followed, and we'll bind that by most likely the new buyer if we want to transfer that. The last thing is the public benefits criteria. So what we've said here, these are the public benefits that we think that that a developer has to show us. First of all, they have to show us their sustainability. That means that it's a project that's going to be here, it's going to last, it's going to be a good development, it's going to improve our economy, it's going to benefit our community. Public amenities. Hey, if you're going to build a new sewer line for us and you're going to put in a new sidewalk, curb and gutter, and you're going to build a new road and you're going to do some of those things, that's great because those public amenities help us, they benefit us. Adaptive reuse. This falls into if you got an old building, you want to tear it down, you want to build a new one, we want to know that that adaptive reuse is what we want as a city. It meets our land use policies. Historical preservation. We don't have a lot of that. I can't think of a historical building on Main Street, 1900, but it could be something. Somebody has a building, they want to preserve it, want to use some tax increment, we'll consider that. Job creation retention is always important to us. So if you have a project, they want to come in, they're going to bring a new company in, it's a new office building, they're building it for a world or a headquarter office for somebody, that's great. If you're going to hire new people and you're going to retain people, we want to look at that. The architecture and urban design is going to be critical to us. They're going to have to meet our design standards, our Chapter 13 standards. The economic impact, again, our whole reason for doing redevelopment is to bring new benefit and new revenue to the city. So that'll be an important thing we'll look at. And then affordable housing. I put affordable housing, but I like to call it workforce housing. So if we have a developer that wants to come in and they want to build a workforce housing project for us, that meets our plan that you will be approving, I think, in December, that goes to the state for moderate low-income housing. It meets some of those goals. That's something we'd certainly look at participating with tax increment.
But correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's a condition under the CRA that any type of TIF that's given, isn't there a requirement already that says affordable housing would be included?
No, there is a requirement of the redevelopment agency that we have to keep 10%
Yeah.
of any development. We have to keep 10% of that to be used for affordable
4 or
housing.
5, okay.
So we can, and that can be used citywide. That is not required to be given back to that project or that CRA. So if we collect that and we have a developer that wants to build a affordable product someplace else in the city, even though it's not in a CRA, we can use that money to incentivize them to do that.
Okay, that's good to know that.
So that's the policy in a nutshell. And again, what we'd like to have you do is review it. Give us back your questions, your comments, and then we'll prepare a final one that will also include our application. But that's kind of the process we'll go through to do any analysis of any development that wants tax increment or anybody that wants to create a CRA for them.
Does this policy, once it's adopted, then cover any new? Because you said right now it only covers the one that we're in. Do we have to re-adopt one for every? Oh, no.
This will cover every
Okay.
CRA we create in the future.
Okay. And then in regards to the CRA, you're thinking of looking into for the DNRG, where the only real crux criteria is that UTA can come in and do their own CRA, but it's only for their property. Why don't we just include the UTA property for that CRA instead of all the other land that doesn't have that same trumping power?
And that's a really good question. Again, the survey area is bigger than that. And we want to do an analysis of that to determine, is there other potential developments that could come in there that might benefit the city? If we get to the point that you as a board want to only include the UTA property, you can make that motion to shrink that down but the proper time to do that will be when we come back to you with a plan, and most likely in the public hearing is when we should decrease that.
Because it sounds like the main reason we're doing this is try to get a head start on just in case the UTA does it, but that's the main reason that we're pursuing this, right? Is my
Right, but
understanding?
there is some older use property in there that might benefit from some type of redevelopment. And again, I think when we prepare as we go through and do that, what I'm recommending is that's a great discussion, and we should have that discussion. But I think the proper time to do that was when we get the plan prepared and we've done our analysis, let us bring back to you what we think would be property that may or may not develop, and then let you make a decision of whether or not you want to keep that project area as is, or if you want to shrink it just to include the UTA property. We
Thank
can
you.
certainly do that.
Okay, comments, board members, anything else on this? Okay, the tasking we've got then is to go back, review the draft document, make comments, send those back to Randy. Randy will insert those, and then work those through Andy to finalize something before it comes back to the board for approval. Okay, that's the action. We'll go ahead and work towards that. Thanks, Randy, on that. Last of the discussion items is dilly-dally request. And from that, Brian, go ahead and give me your thoughts, or give us your thoughts. What are you thinking? This is a request where a board member would like to put this on the agenda for conversation with the board. So go ahead, Brian.
First of all, just so Andy knows, the owner of Dilly Dally's son helped my son with a $700 home improvement project. Now that that's out there, the reason I don't know if that's a conflict.
That is.
Okay.
Definitely is a financial interest in it. He's,
Okay.
he's your son.
Well, then I'll keep this short. The reason I put this back on the agenda was because, as you know, nothing's happening up at the marketplace yet. And we're in communication with the owners of that property. But I felt like when we discussed it last time and the request that they had made, and Randy had indicated that they had crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's with how much they had requested, I don't know if it was ever given the chance for this body to consider a less or lesser amount than what was requested. And so, to make this short, because it's been a long night, I just felt like it was something that I had to at least put on the agenda. Because, you know, I'm running out of meetings. Any comment? I'll take it.
Just for the record, make sure you understand, it was the 17th of August when the last time we met, and that's, prior to that, is when the board received the request from Dilly Dally. So it's been quite a long time at this point. And so it was tabled in that meeting, and it was just waiting for more information. So it kind of gives you a context in terms of how long it's been since we've had this conversation. So today is November 16th, so you can do the math. We're about 3 months away from the last time we had this conversation. And it's that sense that Brian would just simply like to have a conversation about what our options are and what we'd like to do. Brian, go ahead.
Well, I don't know what our options really are. I know that there's the old age argument or debate that they chose to move, but I hope that will be defensible when somebody else comes in and gets funds, and we're gonna be able to tell them, you know, you didn't have the votes. And so I just wanted to hear from you guys so I can let this go, and I will, contrary to popular belief. But in turn, like I said, I feel like that one business shouldn't be able to hold another business hostage, especially one of your true to your city. But, you know, I'm learning a lot as a councilman.
Hey, Mayor, wasn't this tabled the last time until a project was in place? That was my understanding.
Yeah, it was. The specific note that went into the record basically says awaiting more information. So the board
Because I
tabled
thought
it.
we tabled it until a project was enacted, and to my knowledge, the project still has not been enacted. Which means, well, I'm not going to get into the particulars, but if no project's been enacted, that person could have continued to occupy this property until a project was enacted.
Yeah, the way if you remember, Andy basically corrected the board. We had to rescind the statement, I think if I remember right, and have to redirect the tabling motion because the tabling motion had to say specifically that the board was waiting more information, and they needed more information. I think the way we approached it was not right. And Andy, if you remember right, you asked us to change that back, so we rescinded that tabling and reapproached the tabling motion, and we tabled it because the board needed more information. It was a general statement like that. But to your other question, it deals with a provision within the policy that says that the board would entertain a proposal, amount of money, however that may be in terms of reimbursement for movement as a result of a project or something, some other event, upon the receipt of a project development. And at this moment, Roy City has not received, for that particular property, has not received any type of a project for the city council or the planning commission the planner to work. So we're just waiting for that particular project to enter in order for us to address this particular request by Dilly Dallies.
So as I review the minutes, the concept was that the company would not renew the 5-year lease, but they would do it on a year-to-year lease, if that's accurate from these notes. But the small business in question was concerned about a year-to-year basis, and so then they moved because they weren't able to have that stability.
I think that's the
That-
crux
that
of it.
is- that is correct. I was the one that went out and did that, had that conversation with the landowner at the time.
Right.
I asked them what had been presented and what had occurred, and they indicated that they were approached by the leaseor, Dilly Dallies, and they wanted to extend their current lease for an additional, and I think it was an additional 5 years, if I remember. It was 3 or 5, but it was an extension. And the landowner said, no, we can't do that. We have plans for the development of this property that will most likely occur before your lease was up. But what we are willing to do is we're willing to give you a year-to-year lease. And that way we can give you plenty of notice when we're ready to move forward. And that did not meet their long-term goal objectives. And as I explained at that time, there was another building, the current building they went into, that was on the market. And they felt like that would be something that they could probably go into that would give them that longer stability. And so therefore, they terminated their existing lease and said, we're moving, and went into that building. And they still had time on their current lease, which they continued to pay continued to pay that rent. So they were for a period of time paying 2 rents.
That's correct.
But that is correct.
That's
That
why I
is what
understand
had
it too.
happened.
Mhm. Yeah, and the numbers, basically, the numbers are looked out, and I think, Randy, your analysis basically said is the amount that's being considered was amount that didn't involve the lease payments, but involved the amount of money that it took for them to go ahead and move from one location to the other location as a result of replacing the sign, physically moving the inventory. There's a variety of things that the costs come in that were not necessarily related to the lease.
They had requested $15,000, and they had outlined in their application the use of funds. And that use included, and I've got them right here for you, there was $1,196 for moving costs, $6,798 for marking material, $11,275 for furniture, $9,868 for leasehold improvements, but they did add a $53,400 lease payment from Woodbury, a new location. So even though we only allowed up to 15, they did include in their cost that $53,000 in lease.
Yeah, I
they
remember
had.
that. It was just the fact is the emphasis was focused not on the lease payment that they had to pay, but the emphasis on what had to pay in terms of the relocation.
They had shown enough money and enough invoices to cover the $15,000
Right.
request based upon their relocation costs. That is
Exactly.
correct.
Yeah.
So now the question comes down to if they fully meet the intent, the way the policy has been written. That's what it comes down to now, right?
Well, here's how it comes down. It comes down to basically saying is that under the policy, the board would typically say we have a project, which would now put that whole thing in motion. And then the board would make the final determination whether or not they want to award that or a portion of that. The board will have that final decision. Not speaking for Brian, but Brian is saying, I think he's saying is, this is going to take some time. And maybe what we could do is consider now, and the board has the flexibility to simply, the board, it's your powers, not mine. I don't have a vote in this. But you have the authority to simply says maybe a lesser amount, and we can just simply close this door on this chapter now before we get a project for that site. And that's where it is. I mean, you can either wait for a site, someone to submit a site plan, and basically from that, take this issue up, which is fully within the compliance of the policy, or you as a board simply says, hey, given the fact this thing is dragging out, and it's been dragging out now for a long time, maybe I just want to deal with this now and take care of it now. And that's where you're sitting, okay, as a board. So it's kind of up to you what you'd like to do. And, you know, for us as a board, it's in your decision. And I think Brian has a recommendation of what he would like to see taking place on part of the board. And Brian, you may want to reiterate that, but let it make it clear that's your recommendation at this moment, because we just don't know for sure when and if we'll get a project.
Can I ask a question? Why does waiting to get a project make a difference? Does that mean it's more valid, that it meets our criteria better?
No, it's just that it's in the policy. In a heartbeat, this may seem a little crazy, but in a heartbeat, you approve the policy. So if you come back and simply says, I want to modify the policy, change the policy.
Well, can we table it? Because I really want to go talk to Sean Bailey about it. Yeah, so let's just table it and. Yeah, can we just
We
table
need-
it, I think?
Oh,
Yeah.
it is really kind of tabled. This was just a
Okay.
discussion. There was no action here.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to put it on as an agenda and we have to address it that way. But yeah, if the consensus would be is I want to gather more information, which is what is tabled now, we'll just,
That's right.
okay, then the issue would be is that
What is
we
the
just
vote?
delay it, table it and come back at a later date.
Yeah, because I've been gonna go talk to Sean about it, I just have been too busy.
Okay,
He
well,
goes and drives the bus about the time I get off work every day, so
okay.
need to.
What would you like to do, board?
Well, I think we should probably come up with a time that we're going to say, yeah, let's address this.
Yes.
Tabling it for 3 months
Mm-hmm.
Right.
is definitely
Yeah,
too much,
because we
so.
only meet like,
We can meet as often as you'd like.
but I mean, we only have our next meeting is 1st of December and then not until January, right?
We could have 2 meetings in December. We can call a special meeting if you want. But to your point, you'll have one more meeting at the first Tuesday in December. And maybe, we don't know at this moment, we may have a second meeting on the third Tuesday. But that gets so close to the holiday, you may elect, and we may not elect not to have one.
Right.
But to your point, we're dragging this out. And I think to Brian's point, he simply says, I'd like to bring some closure to this as possible.
So we could have an additional RDA meeting.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just right
If-
after to address this.
If the board basically says, I want to have a meeting to address this very issue, then we can call a meeting. And all I require, I have to go back to the policy, but typically what it requires is 2 board members requesting it.
Well, I think it needs to come to some closure, so we could maybe call it to be after our next city council meeting
Okay.
in the first. And then that way we've got a deadline, we're gonna get our research, we're gonna figure out.
Okay.
So the tabling was worth something, as of some value. Does that work for you?
So is your motion to table until the next December 1st RDA meeting? Is that what you
So
were?
I believe that it's already tabled, and I guess my motion would be that we need to address this at an RDA meeting after our city council meeting, the first city council meeting in December.
You okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, Brian, you okay with that?
Like Candy said,
You have a vote in terms of whether we table it or not. I think we have a vote in terms of whether or not what the board members does.
I'm really just trying to play by the rules.
You do a good job. Joe, what's your thoughts on that? You okay with tabling this?
Yeah, I mean, I voted last time to table it until we had something in place, and I don't think we're there yet, so.
Okay, so it's just a continuation of the existing table. Do we need a motion on that, Andy, or is it the fact it's already tabled?
Where I'm a little confused, is it based on the existing table, which said until the project starts, or is it you're tabling it until the next meeting in December?
well-
Or third option is you just wait and see if any one of you want to put it on the agenda.
Well,
Until such time you wait to
I like the last version.
just wait until somebody puts it on the
But
agenda.
then that means that
I mean,
there's,
typically like we do with the council meeting, it takes one of you to put something on the agenda. If none of you put anything on the agenda,
We don't come back to it, yeah.
So if that's one alternative, is you table it until one of you wants to. My concern there might be whether Brian can or can't be the person who puts it on the agenda. So
In light of the recent, yeah, we'll have to look at that. Okay.
so,
Do I have a motion then? I'm going to take a motion to basically table this, okay, for a later date. Okay, are we okay with that until one of you come back and ready to have this put back on the agenda?
So
Do we really need to do that? Because
Right.
that's already the
It's already
motion on the
tabled.
table.
It's already tabled, right?
But, okay, it was tabled until we have a project, is that right?
It was tabled,
No,
I
no,
don't
For
know.
more
it was tabled
information.
it was tabled for more information.
Yeah.
That's what it's
What
tabled.
was really-
Okay, so we're good.
Okay.
Then I,
Then just leave it as it is.
If one of the board members wants to put it on the agenda,
so that means because it's currently tabled, the concept now is, do we just let it hang? Or do we come up with a deadline that says, let's at least address it, so they have closure?
you could do it either way, Diane.
And the nice thing about it, Diane, is you can basically call to have it put on the agenda. And it's on the agenda right then. Yeah, it just takes one. You okay with that?
Yep, I think that's
Okay,
what we
so it's
need to
already
do.
tabled.
Yeah.
We'll wait for more information, but if any one of you wants to put it back on the agenda to have a conversation, let's do that. Okay, good conversation. Good deal. Okay, anything else, board? Before I go for a motion?
Comments left. So,
I'm not sure. Okay, so therefore, do I have a motion then to adjourn the RDA board meeting?
a motion, we adjourn the RDA meeting.
I say good night.
Okay, Joe's going to second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Hey, thank you. Long night, got a lot done. Thank you.
It's cold in here.
Wait until tomorrow morning.
I know.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be
sadly.